Well, I'm gonna turn my video off. Better? Okay.
Madam Chair, we are on.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. The meeting of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation of the Board of School Directors will please come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Director Carr,
Present.
Director Garcia,
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Present.
Director Leonard,
Present.
and Chair Simpson.
Present.
President Peterson is also joining the committee.
Welcome, President Peterson. And I believe
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I believe I saw Director Herndon here as well. Just want to acknowledge that she is here.
There
Thank
she
you.
is.
Hello.
Hi, Director Herndon. Director
Hello
Herndon is
there.
also joining the committee.
Welcome to SASE Committee.
Thank you.
Yes, the secretary will, the chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, please mute your devices.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Pursuant to Board Rule 1.06, this meeting is being conducted virtually. Board members may be participating in person from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public access and participation as possible, this meeting is being broadcast via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which can be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes. Esta junta escolar se transmitirá en español para aquellas personas que lo necesiten. Para escuchar esta junta escolar en español, por favor marque el número 312-626-6799. Repito, para escuchar esta junta en español, favor de marcar el número 312-626-6799 y ponga el número de identificación o código que es 608-130-5362. Repito, el número de identificación o código para esta junta es el 608-130-5362. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For each of our items of business, we will hold a discussion and public hearing. Individuals who wished to speak on tonight's items were required to register in advance. I ask those who are waiting to speak to remain on the platform until you are called upon to speak. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments should be directed to the chair of the committee. Also, any questions or requests are to be directed toward the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. All speakers are asked to state their name and spell their last name before proceeding with their comments. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to speak. After a speaker's time is up, they may continue to follow the meeting at one of the broadcast options mentioned previously. To ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind, including inappropriate language, will not be tolerated. The chair reserves the right to remove anyone engaging in such behavior from the platform. Those removed from the platform may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, he or she will not be allowed to rejoin the platform. Written testimony may be submitted to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Also, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, You may do so by visiting the Meetings, Agendas, and Minutes page on the MPS website and choosing Online Agendas. Now, let's begin. Madam Secretary, item 1.
Madam Chair, the first item on tonight's agenda is action on the approval of the selection of textbooks, instructional materials for social studies, grades K through 8, high school U.S. history, world history, and citizenship for textbooks to be used during the 2022-23 school year. The recommendation is that the board authorize the administration to approve the selection of the textbooks and instructional materials to be used during the 22-23 school year as detailed in this item and begin the contract negotiations and implementation process as specified.
Thank you. Will the administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson
Edited.
and members of the board, members of the committee, Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. We're recommending that board authorize administration to approve the textbook and instructional material selection for the 2022-23 school year and step to sources, secure contracts for implementation. I have with me this evening Jenny Eckstein and the team to share with you the social studies textbook adoption process and information. Upon completion of the information, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Jenny.
Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, Jenny Eckstein, Social Studies Curriculum Specialist. First and foremost, I would like to thank the team who are with me here tonight. Renee Laird, Curriculum Specialist, Library and Media. Rocio Trejo, Curriculum Specialist, Bilingual Education. Sarah Borges, Curriculum Specialist, ESL Education. I would also like to thank the teachers for putting in the hard work of analyzing all of the submitted resources using many different lenses and always remembering to put our students first. There were 6 review committees, including diverse representations from schools across the district that met over a 6-week period to review the proposed resources. We had a total of 60 teachers in the grade bands K2, 3-5, 6-8, and for U.S. history, world history, and citizenship. Proposed resources were reviewed through the lens of the Wisconsin Social Studies Standards, the C3 framework, the biliteracy rubric, the English Learner Scorecard, and the Diversity Scorecard, with a deep focus on content and 21st century pedagogy. In addition to the teacher review committees, a parent and community committee reviewed the resources through the lenses of diversity and usability for families as they support their students. All resources were available for in-person review at North and South Division, with additional rooms at Central Office for teachers and school board members over a 6-week period from January 10th through February 18th. This review was open to the district and to the public. The adoption was advertised through the Thursday updates, MPS social media, the District Advisory Council, the Parent Coordinator Institute, and the District Family Newsletter. After extensive review and discussion, the following recommendations are being made. K5, McGraw-Hill, Learning and Working Together. First grade, McGraw-Hill, Our Place in the World. Second grade, McGraw-Hill, Exploring Who We Are. Third grade, McGraw-Hill, Our Communities. Fourth grade has 2, McGraw-Hill, Regions of the United States, and the Wisconsin Historical Society Press, Wisconsin, Our State, Our Story. Fifth grade, McGraw-Hill, U.S. History, A New Nation. Sixth grade, HMH, United States Reconstruction to Present. Seventh grade, HMH, World Civilizations, Part 1. Eighth grade, HMH, World Civilizations, Part 2. U.S. History is TCI, History Alive, Pursuing American Ideals. World History, McGraw-Hill, World History. Citizenship, TCI, Government Alive, Power, Politics, and You. Citizenship, TCI, Econ Alive, The Power to Choose. All of these books have been left in room 103 for your further review. I will now turn it over to Rocio Trejo.
Thank you, Ms. Eckstein. Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, and Rocio Trejo, bilingual curriculum specialist. I would like to begin by applauding the extraordinary efforts of classroom teachers who were part of a committee under this adoption. K-8 committees had an average of 2 bilingual teacher representatives, and high school committees included 1 bilingual teacher representative. Their work in reviewing materials through the lens of biliteracy is critical. Thank you to all teachers for your work, dedication, and commitment to the students and families of MPS. We will now hear from the ESL curriculum specialist, Sarah Borges.
Thank you, Rocio. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, I'm Sarah Borges, the English as a Second Language curriculum specialist. We had ESL teacher representation on the review committees. These teachers gave particular attention to how English learners communicate information, concepts, and ideas for social studies. I thank everyone involved who served on the review committees for their collaboration to ensure time to discuss the teaching and learning needs of both educators and students in Milwaukee Public Schools. I now turn it over to the Library of Media Curriculum Specialist.
Thank you, Sarah. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, my name is Renee Laird Adelon, Library Media Curriculum Specialist. It was my pleasure to facilitate the parent and community advisory groups. I would like to thank the parents and the members of the community for taking the time to review the social studies materials that will eventually be in the hands of our students. Parents and community members were invited to be a part of a social studies advisory group. These groups are not making the final decision, but their input is considered as part of the selection decision. We worked with MPS Communications Department and the director of the school parent coordinators to get the word out that volunteers were needed. The opportunity to participate was sent through various MPS social media platforms and direct email. A list of community organizations were supplied through the communications department, and they were contacted directly. In total, 58 parents volunteered and 19 community members volunteered. The volunteers were from various zip codes throughout the city. Meetings were scheduled and an informational video was created that allowed the members the flexibility to watch it on their own time. The meetings and video outlined the expectations and walked the committees through the process of the Social Studies Textbook Advisory Group, including visits to North and South Division to view the textbooks and instructional materials. In total, 22 parents completed the survey and submitted their reviews, and 4 community members submitted their reviews. The results of the reviews have been submitted to the Social Studies Textbook Adoption Committee to assist in their final decision. Thank you. Jenny?
We are now happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you for that presentation. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? I see Director Gokul Gandhi.
Thanks, Chair Stevenson. So I want to start by saying thank you to everybody who participated in this review process. I do think that you guys made it accessible and you publicized it really well. I will vote yes on the adoption because I know it took a lot of work, but I want to make an overarching point that our textbooks are still, from what I read, not at a place where we're really talking about the impacts and the effects of white supremacy and the truth that this country is founded on. They barely described, the attacks on Native people as massacres. Like, we don't talk about, the WASPy culture that this country is founded upon. And I found, and I know that this is not an us problem. I understand that this is a big textbook industry problem. But I do think that this could be a time where we just decide to have an honest conversation and say these textbooks are not complete. And oftentimes these textbooks reinforce white supremacist ideals and notions that our country is founded on this guiding principle of inclusion, which we know it's not. But then that we applaud and support our teachers for providing supplemental information that gives our students the opportunity to learn the truth, and that this board is committed to teaching the truth. So I just want to go on record and say that I do not believe that this is the best curriculum for kids across the country, but I understand that there is a market problem. And that does not take away from the hard work that all of you have done and that all of our community members have done. So that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you very much, Director Gokul-Gandhi. Administration, would anyone like to comment on that?
Chair Stevenson, Director Gokul-Gandhi, you are absolutely right. And it is absolutely one of the things that we really, truly struggled with within our committees, taking a deep dive into the content. And to be completely transparent, when it really came down to the final two, it was tight. It was really tight in pretty much all instances because, you know, when the big three replied to the RFP, and they're kind of the big three in the country, and then there's, you know, the smaller companies that don't necessarily get representation because they don't necessarily meet all the criteria. It kind of ties our hands a little bit, but I do have to really truly commend the work of our teachers and really, and it's a term we use when we do this, democratize the text, you know, really taking a look at those particular things. And I believe you hit the nail on the head with going on the record with that, because it is something not only I guess that we feel, but our teachers voiced to the textbook companies. So I think we are in a position that's a little different right now. And I think moving forward, we have to kind of stick together and really figure out what is best for our students.
Can I ask a follow-up, Chair Stevenson?
Go right ahead.
And can you just explain, like, what would be the feasibility, you know, of us deciding that we are going to create? And I know that everybody's overworked and overtaxed right now, so I don't want you to think that I'm like, let's create our own social studies curriculum. But I do wonder, you know, what would that lift look like if we decided we're not doing this anymore, we're not participating in the big textbook industry, we would really like to intentionally create our own curriculum. Can you just explain maybe what that process would look like? And do you think it's feasible, like to have a 5-year plan to say, by 2027, we are going to implement our own curriculum?
Administration.
Director or Chair Stevenson, Director Gokul-Gandhi, that is a huge, it's more than a heavy lift. It is a huge lift, right? So these textbook companies, these curriculum, this whole, they have like 100 people working on these things. We have a department literally of 3 people. So I don't want to say it's not something we can look for in the future and attain, but I think in the current state we're in right now, it is a very, very huge, heavy lift.
Totally fair. Thank you for answering honestly.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that perspective. I see that Director Peterson has his hand raised. So President Peterson.
Thank you. And I want to thank, first of all, the teachers on the textbook adoption committees and Ms. Eckstein and Renee Rocio and Sarah, their work that's been done. You know, I've been on past textbook adoption committees over my years teaching, and I know it's really heavy lifting, really heavy work. And I was also leader of a community effort in 2008 that met weekly at the NAACP. It was called Social Studies Task Force, and we looked at the books that were being up for adoption then, and we criticized the Houghton Mifflin recommendation that was made by the committee, and it actually was the school board agreed, and they did not make a contract with Houghton Mifflin and chose a different, smaller publisher. In these past several weeks, I've spent hours and hours reviewing the 5th grade books. I taught 5th grade for nearly 30 years. And I have to say it was like Groundhog Day, because what I read in these books was very similar to what I've read over my 25 years teaching the 5th grade. I did notice a few improvements. The McGraw-Hill book now uses the one that we're suggesting to adopt. It uses the word enslaved people instead of slaves. It also has, I think, more African Americans and women mentioned, but they're still mainly confined to boxes on the pages. And I think we just have to put this in overall context. We have as Director Gokul Gandhi said, basically corporate textbook companies, or the big three, as Eckstein said, they have the power, but they should know better. I mean, it was in 2012, with the election of Obama, it sparked a national conversation about race. A year later, the conversation spread when Alicia Garza, Patrisse Cullors, and Opal Tometi started the Black Lives Matter movement, you know, after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting of death of Trayvon Martin. And subsequent murders of most egregious, of course, George Floyd's, it raised the conversation of race to a whole new level in this country. And so what do we have? US history books that are published in 2020, 2021, and they still don't address that. It's particularly unfortunate for our district because I think our administration, the school board, and our educators have made a major shift in the last couple of years to emphasize the need to do professional development around issues of racism and cultural relevancy. I think we're on the road. Now, I only critique the 5th grade materials. And so this is my comments are going to be about them. I'm going to give you some specific examples. I know I'm going to go a little longer than I usually do, but I spent hours and hours doing it, so I want somebody to hear it. Actually, I did send these materials as part of my community input to the committee, and I appreciate that they responded to me in different ways. One is, I think, here's the problem. The centering of white perspectives throughout the entire historical narrative, as Director Gokul Gandhi said. 2, the substantial omissions of important facts in our nation's history, such as the fact that many of the founding fathers were enslavers, or the fact that they don't mention racism. This book does not mention racism once that I could find, not in the index, not in the glossary, not in the text. You know, well, so number 3, there's faulty or inadequate descriptions of key historical conflicts or events such as the conquest and colonization of North America, the nature of slavery in North America, westward expansion, the war with Mexico, etc. And finally, there's passive language, and it's language that tells but does not show. It appears to have just happened. Things happened. We don't know that actually certain people actually enslaved other people. People were just enslaved. And such passive language is the exact opposite of what we want students to hear. We want students to see that people make decisions, there's consequences, and we want them to be active citizens. I'm going to give a few very specific examples. None of the books of the 5, including the one recommended for adoption, mention that George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, or 9 other presidents enslaved human beings. If you go to the homes of Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, the National Parks Department has big displays about that. So it's, you know, go figure. None of the books mention that majority of the signers of the Declaration of Independence or the writers of the Constitution were enslavers of human beings. None of the books problematize the actions of somebody like George Washington, who, yes, was a great important figure in US history, a great general and leader, but he also enslaved hundreds of people. And he commanded his officers to burn and destroy dozens of Iroquois villages after the American Revolution. Or take the description of the Middle Passage, slavery, in McGraw-Hill, page 172. Enslaved people had been kidnapped, passive tense, forced to work, separated from their families, and punished harshly. They resisted their situation by slowing their work, running away, or on occasion rebelling. Now, this is an example of telling, not showing. What was life like, the rebellions and otherwise. Likewise, in the middle, they describe the Middle Passage. We're told European traders bought enslaved Africans. Family members were separated. By whom? Traders held enslaved people until a ship arrived. Traders then sold the enslaved people to European captains. The captains went through the long process of filling their ship. Poor captains had to work hard, apparently. When the ship was filled, the Middle Passage, the journey to the Caribbean islands or North America began. The journey was horrific. Many Africans died. Some committed suicide. It's like inadequate, I'm sorry. So the one thing that really stands in sharp contrast to these textbooks, and I just want to recommend this to anybody listening, is the work that has been done by a group called Learning Justice, formerly Teaching Tolerance. They have a series of teaching about hard topics, and they published a book on how to teach about slavery. Their recommendations.
Director Peterson, you're
Started in
just
kindergarten.
muted. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got
That's
so
okay.
excited to hit my mouse. Okay, I'm almost done here. So what should we do? I mean, Director Golka Gandhi suggested the big plum, which was, let's just write our own curriculum. I also, though, agree that we should be realistic of what that would take. And we have a lot of things that we are juggling, and that's just not positive. We could just pass this and say, well, that's the only choice we had. But I think that is not acceptable to us as people who are committed to an anti-racist education for our students. And we could just make recommendations and hope that teachers would question the dominant narrative. And some will, but not a lot, because people are over, for various reasons. So I recommend the following, which is that we adopt the committee's recommendation, but with the provision that the administration agree to set up an anti-racist curriculum repair committee that would identify omissions and historical inaccuracies, provide age-appropriate resource suggestions that remedy some of those omissions. There's many incredible children's books out on many of these topics in both English and Spanish, and identify or create specific lessons for teachers to use in conjunction with the textbook that teach key issues, events, and people that were left out. And I think if this committee thinks it's a good idea, I recommend you would forward this item without recommendation to the full board and ask administration at the full board meeting to provide a plan to how the district might proceed with such an anti-racist curriculum repair committee. Such a plan would include which a text would be. I don't think we should try to do all the texts. I'll stand for the 5th grade. I know maybe the 6th grade, because that's a new, it's a new division of the history. 5th grade goes up to the Civil War. 6th grade starts with Reconstruction and moves forward. And then perhaps some of the other earlier grades. I'm not sure, but we could figure that out by listening to the textbook adoption committee people, because they seem to have had some of the same concerns. And then we could proceed with that. It would be still a significant lift. I would think we'd want to get a historian or an outside consultant who is trained in these things to help teachers and a few community members move forward. So I appreciate the time you let me speak, and those are my ideas based on my many hours of looking at these items. Thank you.
Thank you, President Peterson. So I'm going to ask, I know we have Director Leonard in the queue, so I want to go to Director Leonard, but I do want to ask Madam Secretary, if you've been able to, because it sounds like we have a possible motion out there that President Peterson recommended. So I may have to go back to President Peterson if someone takes you up on that suggestion, but I will move on to Director Leonard next.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before you move forward, there were 2 different recommendations in President Peterson's comments, which was first to adopt the administration's recommendation, and then the last I heard was to forward this item to the full board without recommendation. So I just wanted to get clarity. Well, let the conversation continue, and then we can go back if we need to.
Thank you so much. I know it gets difficult to navigate sometimes. Let's hear from Director Leonard next.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I sort of almost need to put my hand down, because what President Peterson had said was sort of like, oh, that is a possible solution. I'm thinking to myself, as a teacher, I would have definitely, in fact, I've already got a lesson plan in my head for one of the sections of that 5th and 6th grade books. It doesn't take much to figure out how to make things much more alive as a good teacher. I'm gonna have to just say it that way. I'm troubled by the fact, I guess I'll ask this question. Were the publishers that were representatives, were they told our concerns? And I don't even like to use the word concerns. That's too weak of a word for me because this is really watered down. I think that as long as we water things down and make them nice and palatable for everybody, that we never really get to the place where we need to get. And it's 2022, and we are definitely not where we should be in this day and age. And this is one reason why, from my viewpoint. So anyway, my question is, are the representatives taking this seriously? I tend to doubt that. They have so much money and so much power that, and I know that we cannot publish our own books. I understand the difficulty of that, but at least we can make sure that our staff know in this district that we demand an anti-racist type of projection of all the information that comes to our students. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, administration.
Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, Jenny Eckstein, Social Studies Curriculum Specialist. Everything that you voiced is everything that our committee members struggled with. And because of that, we did, meaning I reached out to the companies that were up for recommendation and asked them to submit in writing that they would be able to work with us to add materials and content and verbiage in the digital materials that we feel are omitted, that are missing, that is not there. You know, also to know that what you also said, Director Leonard, in regards to it's not hard to make these topics come alive, because what you're describing is the art of teaching, right? We take from here, we take from here, we take from here, and we pull all of those pieces together. And I think that is kind of at the heart of what Director Peterson is getting at, is being able to really supply our teachers with the toolbox that they need to be able to approach these topics in the material in a way that is anti-racist, anti-biased, not from the white Euro perspective, and really just making it come alive for them. So yeah, everything you said is everything that we've been thinking about. And I do have in writing from the companies that they would be willing to work with us to help at least make the content what we need it to be.
Thank you. Follow-up, Director Leonard. He says he's good. Okay, I don't see any hands at the moment. So Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we do have 2 individuals registered to speak on this item. Would you like to go to public testimony?
Yes, please.
Great. Okay, the first individual registered to speak on the textbook item is Beverly Hamilton Williams. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello?
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Okay, Beverly Hamilton Williams, BEVERLY HAMILTON hyphen WILLIAMS. First, I
Thank
want to
you.
say, oh, go ahead. Okay, first I want to say it's very important to understand that African Americans built America with blood, sweat, and tears from the ground up. Teachers should not have to supplement the social studies or history textbooks with Black history. As African Americans, we are not supplements or additions to American history. We are American history. I oppose the adoption and funding of $14,910,000 for these books, when NPS Administrative Policy 7.26 has not been followed with transparency. You have someone mentioning that they publicized in the community, but the chair did not mention any Black publications such as Milwaukee Community Journal, Milwaukee Times, or Black Urban Radio. In the October 28th meeting minutes, it reflects the necessity to allow parents and community organizations to view these books. Where is the report? Who were the members and where is it published? NPS has 50% Black students and a suspension rate of 81% of these students. Knowledge of the importance of Black people building America is very important for self-esteem. It's time to include Black history as American history in textbooks presented to Black students. Stop giving these companies $14,910,000 for these books. Maybe if NPS stops giving them money, they'll start putting Black history in the curriculum. Don't rush to adopt now. I oppose these books for content, lack of transparency, and also Superintendent Posley hindering the literacy needs of students by retaliating against a 27-year tenured literacy manager who wanted to follow proper adoption procedures before NPS became out of compliance with PIA.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Secretary.
I'm sorry about that. I just want to make sure that everyone on the platform gets a chance to speak. But the law requires that because we have been publicly noticed to speak about certain things that we are required to stay on topic. And so given that this was about textbook adoption, I wanted to be sure that the conversation lends itself to the textbook adoption itself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for that clarification.
The next speaker on the platform is Mark Anthony Phillips. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Madam Chair, it does not look like the individual is still on the platform. If they do join, we can allow them to speak about the textbooks. This item is back with the committee.
Oh, thank you. Is there any further discussion from committee members? I see no hands raised. Administration, so there were some questions raised just about, where this was publicized in terms of getting community involvement. If you want to speak to that, just, our efforts to reach out to community members is always a good thing to review.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Jenny Eckstein, Social Studies Curriculum Specialist. As part of the whole planning and preparation of this adoption, one of the things that we did is we worked through the NPS Department of Communications, who had a long list of community partners and resources that this information was sent to. Tonight, I do not have that list with me. That is something that I can provide for you in the next week or two, just so that you have a better idea of what actual community partners that this all entailed.
Yeah, that would be beneficial. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Simpson and members of the committee. Also, this information was shared via the family letter that goes out on every Friday. Also, our DAC, as well as social media. And as well as we use the community list that we have to send out to all stakeholders. That's a part of our community list.
Thank you very much for that information. And yeah, maybe just share that list with community members, so that we can take a look at it and see if maybe we have a suggestion for additional, places to have, to have this outreach go. So thank you very much for speaking to that. What is the pleasure of the committee on this item?
I move that we adopt President Peterson's recommendations.
That's a good way to phrase it. I'll go back to Madam Secretary. Then I know you were maybe trying to capture some of that. Do we have something that we can start kind of working on at this point?
Yes, Madam Chair. At the time President Peterson made comments, there were two recommendations. One was to move approval of the administration's recommendation with some caveats. But then as the conversation went on, I also heard to forward this item to the full board without recommendation to give the administration some opportunity to provide additional information to the board prior to the regular board meeting.
Yes, so if it's okay, should I go back to President Peterson? Would you like to help us clarify sort of what we are trying to make as a motion?
Right. I thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think I did say both. So Dr. Mann, you captured me. I think ultimately I do want us to vote for it, in favor of it. I mean, the option of trying to create our own or not having any text whatsoever, just to me would be very problematic. So I think I said yes. I was thinking overall, I think we should adopt it. I think by sending it with no recommendation means it will automatically obviously come up in the at the full board meeting. And I think if at the full board meeting, the superintendent, I'd feel better adopting it then if we had a plan to do some intervention and to, improve what our teachers have. And so I think we could specify that I can read that slowly if you want.
Yes, please go ahead.
With the provision that the administration agree to establish an anti-racist curriculum repair committee. Doesn't have to be called that, but I thought it was sort of catchy. That would, 1, identify omissions and historical inaccuracies. 2, provide age-appropriate resource suggestions that remedy some of those omissions. And 3, identify or create specific lessons for teachers to use in conjunction with the textbook that teach key issues, events, and the people that were left out of the text. And I'd say, I'll just add this, that the recommendations should include what grade bands are going to be looked at. I don't think we have the capacity to look at all the grade bands, and I'm not convinced that that the high school texts are as bad as the elementary texts. So I just put it there, and we could rely on the colleagues that have done this work to give the administration some recommendations on that. So that the grade bands would impact who we'd want on the committee, because if we want, we'd want grade level teachers or educators, but so if they could just develop a plan, and I don't think we have to be more specific, but it would have to have also, I would just add, I'll find some financial estimate of what it would cost to set up a committee and maybe hire a consultant and whatever else they can imagine. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, would you like to read that back? And then I would like to hear from administration. Once we kind of hear it as a motion, go to administration to see if that seems like something that you can do, bring that back at the board meeting this month. So Madam Secretary, would you like to read that back?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm still a little bit confused because it sounds like it's coming back to the regular board meeting. So is this to move the item forward to the board without recommendation so that you can have that conversation? Okay, so that would be the motion, to move this item forward to the regular board without recommendation. And so everything else that President Peterson added gives the administration direction as to information to be presented during that time for the board to consider.
Okay, thank you. Administration, is that information that you feel you could bring back, have prepared and ready to share at the full board meeting?
Vincent and members of the committee, yes, that is something that we will be able to provide at the full board.
Okay. All right, and Director Gokul-Gandhi, does that sort of meet what your intent was with the motion?
Absolutely.
We're getting a smile and a nod, yes. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
On Director Gokul Gandhi's motion, which is to forward this item to the full board without recommendation. On the on the motion as read into the record, Director Carr,
Aye.
Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
and Chair Simpson.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for that that important conversation that we just had. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, before we move to the next item, I will be getting all of the additional information from President Peterson to share that with the administration so that we can make sure that the board has everything that they need before considering this item at the regular board meeting.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is action on resolution 2122R-15 by Director Carr on a feasibility study to implement a 4-day school week. The administration recommends that the board approve a full feasibility study and that a study be conducted as detailed in the resolution 2122R-15 as amended, using services of an outside consultant and bringing a report back to the board by the October board cycle.
Thank you. Director Carr, as the author of this resolution, do you wish to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and the administration. I want to take an opportunity to provide some clarity. The purpose for this proposal is to conduct a feasibility study to assess or explore the restructuring of our current structures, utilizing or I guess reflecting the 4-day school model relative to intense core academic instruction, and then implementing a 5th day that focuses on and prioritizes the needs of educators, providing mandatory professional development, as well as planning time and community building, and for the students, a day of extended learning opportunities that will allow for them to engage in and participate in paid apprenticeship programs, opportunities, paid internships, other student athletic opportunities, courses like driver's ed and other courses that don't necessarily align with the Common Core standards, but are equally as important as the academic skills. And so I am imploring the board that to adopt this feasibility study to explore the possibilities of what this restructuring would look like. This feasibility study came from many different people: educators, parents, students, employers, and one of the more reoccurring themes was the dissatisfaction with where our district is and the direction in which our district is heading in. And so, speaking with school leaders and educators, it became apparent that there was much frustration around the limited professional development opportunities, as well as the irrelevant professional development opportunities, because as we know, the needs during a global pandemic are not the same as the needs pre-COVID. And so there was a need, a desire to shift the type of professional development that we're implementing, and then allowing for more time for educators to engage and then plan to practice the skills that they are developing there in the professional development. The other thing is, speaking with students and just understanding like some of the issues in our community and how that finds its way into our schools and vice versa. There's a significant need to prioritize the mental health of our students. And I'm asking that we explore the possibilities again of creating that 5th day where we are prioritizing the needs of the whole child. And so by whole child, what I mean is prioritizing or bringing in community-based organizations to fill that day of programming, that day of class or opportunities, thus allowing for educators to engage in the PD. That one day allowing for our students to take important courses and develop their skills relative to driver's ed or even effective communication, adaptability, agility skills. One of the research studies that I referenced and that I actually follow a lot is Dr. Tony Wagner. And his argument is that in this day and age, in the 21st century, even some of our most more affluent student or schools, coming from more prestigious schools, they're graduating and they're lacking the skills that are needed in order to be globally competitive. And he referenced those skills as critical thinking and problem solving, effective communication, students' ability to analyze data and make informed decisions based on that data. Even the creativity and the entrepreneurial skills, he argues that even some of our most top performing students across the country are lacking. And so I just think it's time that we re-envision how we educate, and then from the results that are produced based on the study, we then restructure how we teach and the skills that we're delivering. And so again, the 4 days, using the models in the 4-day school weeks that are utilized across the country, but focusing on the core academic studies in those 4 days and possibly even extending the day by 50 minutes, then allowing that 5th day to be a student day and a teacher day where we're allowing teachers to have brain breaks and to plan and to do IEP drafts or conduct IEP meetings, to work closely with their peers, or not their peers, but their colleagues. And then on the contrary, allowing our students to develop the other skills. And so it is a very robust proposal. Like I said, I've taken all of the concerns, the frustrations, the ideas that have been presented to me over the last 10 or so months. And I really wanted to draft or create a proposal that was reflective of the needs of our students, the whole child, including the communities that they come from, the households and their parents and their families, their educators that work with them and that have those relationships with them, even the businesses that they patronize. And so this is the proposal. And I think the timing is perfect because, as we know, the state legislators have a plan for our district and our children. And I just implore the board to adopt the feasibility study so that we can start to determine what our next steps are and what our action plan is going to be to close the achievement gap and to develop the skills and the abilities of our teachers and our students, but more importantly, develop the whole child. And so I'm here to answer any questions, provide any clarity. I am excited about this. I've gotten a ton of support from the community. And I just think it's time that we re-envision how we educate our children, given the needs, the prevailing needs in the community, in the schools, in the homes. And so now is the time. And so, yeah, I'm here to answer any questions, concerns, provide clarity. And it is my hope that we listen to those who are here to provide testimony as well as review the written testimonies. And we take all of that into consideration as we plan for next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, does the administration wish to make any comments?
Yes, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. Regarding the feasibility study as related to Director Carr's resolution 2122R-015, the administration is in support of the feasibility study being conducted. Administration is recommending that the time period be changed from June to October, and that an outside consultant or agency conduct the study. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Madam Secretary, if it's okay with committee members, I would like to proceed with public comment on this item first. That's all right with everybody? Seems like we're good. Okay, so Madam Secretary, let's move on to public comment.
Madam Chair, you have 32 individuals registered to speak on this item. And we will begin the list and keep going. One moment. The first individual registered to speak on this item is Aaliyah Rogers. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. It does look like I see Aaliyah Rogers on the platform. Oh, she's muting and unmuting the phone. Okay. There we go.
Okay, it's working. Aaliyah Rogers, Rogers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to say that I agree with Director Carr that children should have 4 learning days and 1 day to pick, like career days and stuff like that. But like music production, sports therapy, AAU, writing, dance, like anything that they feel the need that they want to be a career path. Given the fact that someday this will hopefully become a career choice for children, this opportunity is a good opportunity for children to relax their minds also and not be stressed about having homework all day and, you know, having tests, everything like that. As a high school student, I certainly feel that most of our parents and older generation didn't have the opportunities that we had in the pathway, such as what Director Carr is proposing. This could give children and young adults opportunities such as making millions before hitting the age of 21, given the fact that they'll choose their career path and be ready for colleges and be ready for the real world. Children watch influencers and want to make the same amount that they make, and they want to wear the clothes that they wear, and they can't because given the fact that they stuck in school all the time, they tend to doubt themselves and say that I can't do it, or we can't do it because we don't have time, we don't have the patience, we can't do this, we can't do that. They doubt themselves, and given the fact that that one day could possibly become more than just a day of relaxation to them, I feel like that they should use it for career choices.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Amy Mizialko. Please state your name and spell your last name and begin your testimony.
Amy Mizialko, Mizialko.
Thank you.
One of the stated purposes of the item before us tonight is to disrupt public education in Milwaukee Public Schools. The students of MPS have had their right to a high quality public education disrupted enough. COVID-19, takeover attempts, Act 10, and the ensuing teacher shortage and decades of underfunding our students. Our students deserve stability and a dogged commitment to building up their public schools, not more disruption. The public, MPS families, and MPS staff deserve full transparency. In the resolution, it says that this idea was developed by a survey and from studies, neither of which have been provided to the public. Who conducted the survey? Who performed the study? Let's see the results. Those are public records, and the public is legally entitled to access all records of this 9-month period where research went into formulating this idea that is being presented to the board. Before agreeing to a feasibility study that is likely to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, let's use the resources we already have. DPI says it's not aware of any other district in the state that has done this. And I'm curious as to whether or not administration or the board has requested testimony from the DPI and what it would take to accomplish this idea. Let's not rush into a study until we hear from the experts that we already have here in Wisconsin. Most questions have not been thought through, the least of which is the massive increase to the length of our student school day to meet required DPI instructional minutes, and no discussion about the impact of a significantly longer school day on the stress level of students and staff. We have 5 short months to retain and attract public education workers to MPS for the 2022-23 school year, and increasing the workload by 20% on an already strained staff will be a detriment to that goal.
Dr. Mann? I didn't know
Yes,
if you were
thank
muted or if there was
you.
a pause.
Oh, no, thank you so much. The next speaker on the platform is Angela Lucas Foley. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Angie Lucas Foley, Lucas Foley.
Thank
As a
you.
white woman, member of RE, and parent of 2 students in MPS, I have been and continue to be concerned about the lack of urgency I have seen from district officials and the school board of directors. I have testified many times regarding my concerns with discriminatory discipline practices within the district. I have questioned many different ways how system change is being measured. It is because of the seemingly apathetic approach to Black and Brown lives that I wholeheartedly support Director Carr's resolution asking for a 4-day school week and the strategic planning committee involved to the feasibility study. According to the February 2022 monthly disproportionality report, 83% of suspensions for kindergarten through 5th grade students were Black students. Administrative policy 8.28 of student discipline state that this age group of students cannot be suspended without regional superintendent approval. This data is deeply troubling, as it is just a taste of what the Office of Civil Rights found problematic 5 years ago. Data like this exists across—
Madam Chair, I want to be sure that we are speaking about the resolution.
Thank you,
And-
Madam Secretary.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is
so this-
related. This is related. As Director Carr's resolution states, the need for a system change is important. We have board policies full of phrases that harken police order, not safe and supportive schools. As a school board, you have passed budgets inflated on reaction of behaviors and problems and void of preventative measures. It is important that we take a look at how we can use the continuous feedback loop recommended by DPI, setting goals, identifying ways to improve, and most importantly, evaluating change. The latter has evaded Milwaukee Public Schools until now. Director Carr's bold proposal is asking the district and community
Madam Chair?
Madam Secretary.
I don't, it looks like her, and I just want her to know that we didn't cut her off before her time was up. But it looks like her speaker went in and out and then the time was up. I think she had 2 seconds left. So I just want her to know that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Athena Turner. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Athena Turner. My last name is spelled Turner.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. My daughter's in the background. She said I'm talking too loud. I'm gonna try to go a little lower. Good evening, everyone. I am a parent. I am a parent leader, and I am also a new educator. I right now do not support the number two item on this list, seeing as though a lot of students just got back from a pandemic. They missed a nice amount of school. I definitely understand the scope, and I would think that it would be beneficial just at a later time. I just feel like the students have missed enough time from school as is. They will benefit from that. And they will also benefit if we can just implement some type of program within that 5-day week to open up those avenues and implement some of those ideas with everything that Ms. Carr was saying. I'm sorry. But for me, honestly, as a parent, and we just came out of the pandemic, a lot of us haven't been working, and a lot of our students have been out of school. I just don't think this will be beneficial for them to have a 4-day week right now. I definitely understand the scope, and it's great. It's absolutely great, but I just feel like it wouldn't be beneficial right now.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Ingrid Walker Henry. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Almost. Okay, there we go.
My name is Ingrid Walker Henry, WALKER-HENRY.
Thank you.
I am the Vice President of MTEA, but tonight I represent myself as an MPS parent and taxpayer. Proposing an expensive 6-month feasibility study is immature before MPS families and taxpayers have even been asked if there is interest in pursuing an idea that significantly lengthens student school days, 4 days a week, with no specifics on where 75,000 students will be on the 5th day of the week, what students will be doing on the 5th day, and what adults will be entrusted with students on that 5th day. On February 22nd, I contacted the Office of Board Governance, which had no information on this item. I contacted my board director, who couldn't walk me through this because they didn't know about it. MPS families don't appreciate hearing about such a drastic potential change to their child's schooling through a Facebook post and a news study. Before MPS spends money on a feasibility study, it would be wise to give families a few facts like the amount of time that will be added to each day to meet required DPI instructional minutes. Where will children physically go on the 5th day? Who is instructing, supervising, caring for children on that 5th day? What does this mean for the 15,000 MPS children with special education needs? And after sharing that basic information, families could have been asked if they were interested in pursuing this idea further. A feasibility study is done when an organization wants a needs assessment for a large project. MPS has 8 elected directors who represent the families across the city. The groundwork for this project has not been done with all the families that send their children to Milwaukee Public Schools. What is missing from this request is the trust and respect of an ask from all MPS families. An ask that comes before telling us you want to spend what could be hundreds of thousands of dollars on an idea that would result in drastic changes for children and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have on the platform is Crystalline Stanley. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay. It looks like Ms. Stanley is not on the platform. The next speaker would be Frederick Stanley. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay, we will go to the next speaker, which is Angela Harris. Please state your name, Spell your last name and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, Angela Harris, Harris. I am chairwoman of the Black Educators Caucus. A year ago today, Lit, Bet, and Micah hosted a school board candidate forum for District 4 and 5. It was that night I decided that I would put my full support behind Director Carr. She, in my mind, represented someone who was willing to reimagine what our district could look like, and she would be a voice for our students, family, and staff. This feasibility study, her time on the board, and dedication not just to District 4, but making MPS a place where Black children are thriving, has shown me I, along with every person who supported and voted for her, made the right choice. This feasibility study represents an opportunity to think outside of the box of historical reforms and Act 10 trauma. And the idea that simply fully funding our district is the fix to what ails us. The committee, as the committee considers the feasibility study, I encourage folks to really challenge themselves to freedom dream what a thriving Milwaukee Public Schools could look like. How can we ensure this feasibility study includes planning and preparation time for our elementary and middle school teachers so that on the 5th day, without our scholars, we can focus on intentional professional development, staff community building, continuous improvement, and educator mental health? How can we ensure the feasibility study includes training for district leadership to disrupt the toxic and retaliatory culture that exists at the administrative level and seeps down to the school level? Finally, how can we ensure this feasibility study ensure recruitment and retention is more than just words we say and an actual commitment we make? As an early career educator, I can attest to the fact that our district has done zero to retain me. I urge the committee to vote yes on this feasibility study and move past traditional reformist educational approaches to an approach that reimagines what an MPS where all students, but especially our Black students, are thriving. I would also encourage folks to limit the voices of those that are often heard and listen to the voices of those that are most marginalized.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Jada Rogers. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Ms. Rogers, you would need to unmute your microphone. There you go. I think.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jada Rogers. Last name Rogers.
Thank you.
I'm an alumni of Go to My Year School for the Gifted and Talented. I currently reside in Atlanta, Georgia, working as the Director of Client Experience and Marketing for a wealth management team out of Northwestern Mutual. Over the last 2 years, we've all faced a new reality amidst a global pandemic. As we all navigate changing environments, the question that I pose is, what does this look like for our education system? How do we help our students of today cultivate the skills of adaptability and balance to become well-rounded individuals? My junior year, I was enrolled in 6 advanced placement courses, co-captain of my junior varsity team, as well as a member of my varsity cheerleading team, vice president of the National Honor Society job, all while maintaining a personal and social life. On average, I spent about 40 hours at school, 10 hours in extracurricular, 10 hours working, 30 hours studying, totaling about 90 hours out of a 120-hour week to be the standout applicant in aspiration of attending Howard University. Spoiler alert, I did, but it was at the cost of my mental health. This does not include my responsibilities at home or take into account the hours of sleep that I needed. What I was how burnout felt at a very young age. Excuse me. An additional day to focus on studies, getting mental health support, and gaining tangible skills for the real world would have undoubtedly increased productivity and taught me how to better manage my time. As the world around us changes, it is imperative that we stay ahead of the curve and not behind it, supporting our staff and students to become more efficient learners of today and leaders for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Gretchen Kapperman. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Gretchen Kapperman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Gretchen Kapperman, Kapperman. Good evening, Chair Stevenson and members of the board. I am testifying as a member of Anti-Racist White Educators Milwaukee. I am a teacher in MPS. I am testifying in support of Director Carr's resolution. I think that we can agree that our Black and Brown students are facing very difficult struggles. Basically, our school system is failing our Black and Brown students. With 50% of Black students making close to 80% of suspensions, the need for systems change is evident. As Director Carr has stated, it is time to develop the whole child. I'd like to highlight that our youth are in a mental health crisis. Statistics from multiple organizations show that our young people between the ages of 12 and 17 have significant levels of anxiety and depression. I work with amazing school support staff, and I know they are stretched so thin that they feel they are not able to meet the needs of students in their buildings. Teachers are trying to teach content and care for the needs of our students as well. I feel strongly that we need more help to meet the needs of our students. This is why I support Director Carr's feasibility study of a 4-day week. It is a collective and innovative way to get students' needs met in academic, mental health, and career development areas. Director Carr's resolution is strongly researched, well thought through, comprehensive, collective, and creative. The resolution is calling for a feasibility study. Looking at the data from the district and knowing the struggles of students in our buildings, it would benefit MPS to support the resolution and do the feasibility study for a 4-day week. Members of the SASE committee, please vote yes on Director Carr's resolution for a feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Jonah Barrage. Please state your name and spell your last name before beginning your testimony. Okay. We will go to the next speaker, Justin Roby. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Hi, my name is Justin Roby, R-O-B as in boy, Y.
Thank you.
I'm a public health director, a board member of a clinic, a trustee of an arts organization, and I volunteer at CAST and Maple Tree. I talk today in support of Director Carr's proposal for a feasibility study as we look at growing emotional strain on all, a need for more resources for our teams, and a clear need to address test scores here in our system. It is clear that something must be done. Requesting a feasibility study would just highlight all the ways in which we can embolden the students who need us to be the best adults that we can be for their future. We know that right now there's not enough for our youth to do, and that the streets are calling their name. So what we need to do is establish something that calls their name just as strong in the hallowed halls of our academy. So I, again, uplift that we need to do something, and that Director Carr's proposal is probably the most robust thing that I've seen in a very long time. I want to point out that from elementary school level, students need the opportunity to learn how to safely engage and play, share resources, and be creative within a confined space. I want to point out that middle schoolers need opportunities to learn more about self, conflict resolution, and the opportunity to engage in civic engagement. And high schoolers need opportunities to practice and gain real-world skills with trusted adults and capable adults. And that's, again, within the hallowed halls of MPS. We have the opportunity to make an impact and make a difference for our youth. And Director Carr's proposal, again, to just do a feasibility, to see what can be, what is the possibilities that Milwaukee can bring to the table for our youth. And again, I implore the board and this committee to push that proposal forward. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Janisha Olive. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello.
Jonisha Olive, Olive.
Thank you.
I support Director Carr's feasibility study proposal for 4 days of school because I think students could use that day to take time for themselves and do things such as driver's education, paid internships, or participate in programs like Pearls for Teen Girls or 414 Life. That one day can make a huge difference in our mindset, social and emotional growth and development. I love that Director Carr gets it because she knows that our time can be better used doing other things. I also know my teachers need more time to plan and grade papers because having almost 35 students in class means much more work for teachers. One of my favorite teachers is stressed and often apologizes to us students for not being prepared or not having our assignments graded in time. Imagine how much support she will have if she had the day to just plan and grade paper. This proposal makes me excited, and this is exactly what we need. Please vote yes for this study. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gianna Whitley. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay. The next speaker on the platform is Jenny Bennett. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Jenny Bennett, Bennett.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak on behalf of the feasibility study to re-envision the 5-day school week. I have been teaching high school science in MPS schools for the past 5 years, and I care deeply about students and doing right by them. This means I have spent the last 5 years sacrificing sleep, weekends, and my own mental health at times to meet all the expectations that are required of teachers at present. There are expectations that are best practice and are worthwhile endeavors, but there are also expectations that feel wildly unrealistic in this world where I am not a robot, but a human being with limits. Thus, I feel myself constantly torn between trying to achieve a work-life balance that allows me to maintain my mental and physical health so that I can be fully present with students and co-regulate with excellence in a way that allows me to build deep and meaningful relationships that are the foundation of learning, or choosing anywhere from 2 to 8 hours on a weekend planning and grading papers so that students can experience engaging lessons that are up to date and get timely and specific feedback on their work so that learning is accelerated. Oh, hold up one second. Okay, lost my spot. Here we go. Okay. As accelerated as it can possibly be. Over the past 5 years, it has been my experience that by and large, a lot of what we are currently doing is not working for all students and their families or all teachers. Ultimately, what is good for teachers is what is good for students, because if you have healthy and regulated teachers who can come in and wholeheartedly do their work, they have more to offer their students and school communities. And this is what I believe the 4-day school week would bring for teachers. Additionally, there is an exodus of teachers happening across the country due to the demoralizing demands of the profession. And it is my opinion that at this point in history, the school district would be remiss for not trying something that would provide more sustainability for teachers and make it a more viable career. I give support to the feasibility study.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Janiyah Williams. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello.
Janiyah Williams, Williams.
Thank you.
So I am very much in, I agree with Ms. Carr's proposal. As a high school student, I believe that this one day that is not completely based on academics could do a lot for us.
because as a student who really struggles with mental health issues and homely issues, it's really hard to try and keep up with all the work at once and trying to keep your grades good so that everyone is happy and that you get it where you want to be. I feel like we don't have enough time to do what we really want to do and what we need to do. And some of us who are really stressed are just too tired. Because like me, I come home, I'm exhausted mentally and sometimes physically. And I just feel like we really need this one day to unwind, do things we really love. Like, I love theater and I would love for that to be something we could do, but we've never really had time because of all the work we've had to do. And I believe that not only will it be beneficial, that it could, for the students, it could really help the teachers out as well, because the teachers, just as the students, need a break. They need time to cool down, unwind, rest their minds, and just think, do what they need to do, and get back to where they want to be.
Thank you. The next student, and please forgive me if I get the name wrong, Iglersaurus Blunt Hudson. Okay, it looks.
Iglesias Blunt Hudson, BLUNTHUDSON.
Thank you.
I support greatly Director Carr's advancement for coming up with this 4-day schedule. Not only I see this as a day of mainly unwinding, being able to take a rest, but I also see this as an opportunity for the youth and young men and women to be able to extend their possibilities to do what they must do and what they want to do in terms for the future. I see it as a possibility as for the mental health participants who are suffering from maybe depression, suicidal thoughts, anxiety, to be able to express their artistic thoughts in theater or arts and crafts or music and maybe other things that can go towards internships and jobs. I see it as a future opportunity for all people of youth to be able to understand future challenges that may be in their lives and to be able to look forward to the future. And as a high schooler going through COVID, I see it as a great opportunity for us as teenagers to see what we could have done if COVID was never around and see what we can do without any boundaries to hold us back. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Barbara Smith. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Great evening. Barbara Smith, SMITH.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And I would like to thank you all for allowing me to give my testimony on this evening. I am in support of the feasibility study that Dr. Carr is presenting. On so many occasions, we have seen that the current structure for MPS has failed to meet the needs of our scholars and has put an extra burden on the parents and families. I feel that we need to have an innovative way to educate our scholars so that we are opening up their minds to different possibilities that exist. Developing their life skills is critical in moving forward in today's society so that they are growing to be adults who are prosperous in society and able to carry those life skills on to other areas of their lives. She has laid out the plan at a town hall meeting to explain and to answer some of the questions that those attendees had, and she explained it in a way that at least gives another opportunity to see how things can be put in place that would be beneficial not only to the students, but to the staff, and also dwindling over to the families, and ultimately off into the society where our young people are going to be hopefully and prayerfully productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Darnell Hamilton. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
My name is Darnell Hamilton. Last name like the play. So instead of spelling it, I think I can just say what that is. All right. Good evening to everyone. Instead of dissecting MPS's mission and core beliefs due to time constraints, I'll focus on the Office of Contracted School Services. The mission states the Office of Contracted School Services promotes innovative educational opportunities by recruiting and retaining high-quality charter and partnership schools, while providing assistance and accountability which supports schools' ability to effectively meet students' needs. Well, what can be considered more innovative than taking a fresh approach towards how we as a district provide services, not only for our students, but the entire school community? We say we provide schools assistance, but to me, it seems like we hold them more accountable for not being of the high quality we pride ourselves on as a district, being MPS proud and all. How is it that, okay, sorry about that. And how is that fair? When your beloved experts cry for data points that quote unquote trump the lived experiences of walking these hallways. Not all schools have the equitable resources to effectively meet all of their students' needs. Alas, it is what it is. The vision states the Office of Contracted Schools will create a collaborative culture where high quality charter and partnership schools are given autonomy to effectively implement their educational programs while being held accountable for results which ultimately have a positive impact on the entire school district. Ah yes, the autonomy to implement change in a classroom with outdated tech, a chalkboard without chalk, a 2019 directive giving teachers back their time, and a teacher screaming at the top of their lungs at kids. Tell me, how is this effective? Students and educators alike are walking a fine line between the human behavior of love and calling out for it. It's one thing to demand a positive impact from your entire school district, then there's owning up to the fact that we are not at a capacity to deliver you anything than what we are currently capable of. Traditionally speaking, it's time to re-envision how this system works, not for the sake of sustainability, but for the revival of its constituents' health and joy. Thank you so much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is David Emanuel Castillo. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay. We will go to the next speaker, Destiny Williams. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. I see that she is on the platform. It looks like the microphone is muted. Okay.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Please state your name. Yes.
WILLIAMS.
Thank you.
I am in support of Director Carr proposal. I think it's a good idea because being a student in a high school is stressful, especially when I don't get much time off from school because I have to go to work. I think that one day is to focus on work, community, and developing myself would be great and needed. It can help me focus on myself and learning more about my future career. Next, I think that one day will also give me more time to socialize with my family and friends and building community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Kimberly Green. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Kimberly Green, KIMBERLY GREEE.
Thank you.
I am calling because I am in full support of Aisha Carr's, Director Carr's proposal. I'm really excited about this. I don't know about y'all, but I've been an MPS teacher over 5 years, and I'm an MPS student, and to hear something like this be on the table is really important to me, because it feels like it affords us to do something different, do something right, do something that allows our kids to get these experiences that most of us know have shaped who we are. And a lot of us get a chance to afford those experiences, but many of us don't. And so I can imagine what it can be like to have a day where kids can explore different things, explore opportunities, explore the things they might want to go on and do on in their lifetime. Outside of that, I don't know. We're just asking for a chance. If you don't feel like kids deserve the chance of studying, the potential to be able to do something this different, this unique, that addresses the world today and not the world from, I don't know, when was education created, for tables and chairs and desks for jobs that don't exist anymore. I don't know. I think it's time that we do something different, do something right, and just explore that idea. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Yolanda Williams. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay, I see that the microphone is muted. Let's see. Chair Simpson, we can come back to Yolanda Williams. The next speaker on the platform is Sheila Tompkins. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, can you hear me? Of course
Yes,
you
we
can.
can hear you. Mhm.
My name is Sheila Tompkins, THOMPKINS.
Yes.
And I'm calling in to say I do support Ms. Carr, but it needs some work done. It needs to go back to when we had these classes and things in school, not just on 4 days. It was continuous, Monday through Friday, with more teachers' involvement. This allowed the teachers and the students to have DECA, civics, and classes and home ec and things like that. You can also entwine mental health services with this, with counseling, mentoring, and all these other programs. It can work, but it needs some more work done. And your idea is something that is feasible, but that charter school is what happened. It dismissed it. And a lot of people are not speaking. I don't know, maybe they don't remember. That plan worked because the parents we have, which I am, and the parents before me, that system worked. What we are failing to realize is our children need mental health, and our teachers need more teachers. Because of the pandemic, yes, we get it, but you're offering these kids to come in contact with people and situations that we don't know, organizations and so forth and so on. We need to go back to the community schools. More involvement, more volunteers, more mentors, more programs. Why? Boys and Girls, YMCA, it's other programs out here, not just a juvenile detention center. So That's another subject. But Ms. Carr, it can work, but it needs work more so done. It needs a pilot. It needs to start off with something. And it's start off with one elementary, one middle, and one high school. And let's see how this goes. But just go back to the old ways. I think we would got some successful people that came from Bayview, Marshall High School, Custer. I'm gonna let that go on my time, but Ms. Carr needs some work.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Angel Lee. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay. I know Angel was having some difficulty getting on the platform, so we will go to the next speaker and give her a call. Give Angel a call. Okay. Deshaun Yarborough, please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Deshaun Yarbrough, Yarbrough.
Thank you.
I believe that the 4-day school week will be good for us. I don't think regular school days give us a chance to actually figure out what we want to do in the future. I think a 4-day week with a 5th day of extended learning will give us a chance to actually figure out what we want to do in the future. I'm getting close to graduating, and I'm still not 100% sure what I want to do yet. And I believe there are others like me that will also benefit from something like this. And it would be good for us to go outside and actually get some experience instead of sitting behind the desk all day learning. I mean, sitting in a desk all day. Yeah. And that's all.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Angel Lee. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Angel Lee, Lee.
Thank you.
I stand in support with board leader Dr. Carr because a 4-day school week will be beneficial to me. I am a student struggling to find a career to pursue. I'm stuck between criminal justice, medical field. I want to be an anesthesiologist, all those things. But those are my main. And having at least 1 day out of the week to get more support and resources to experience and expand my choices and careers and really get comfortable in the fields I am interested in before I make a life-changing decision about a job career I have no idea about nor experience, just going into it, learning on the way. I just feel like Director Carr is an impeccable person for this idea because it shows she cares about our future and us being successful in the future. And I just really love that. So I do support and I agree. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Vincent Tony. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
My name is Vince Tony. Toney is the last name. I went to 12th Street School, Robert Fulton, and North Division, and those were all community-based schools. I don't see this proposal working. First of all, it contradicts what Ms. Carr is saying. The proposal actually says that we find the adoption of 4-day school weeks is often financially motivated and has generally remained in small rural districts. Well, as far as the financial motivation to put community-based organizations within the school, what is their knowledge base and what skills do they have to be able to teach kids to go into these different fields? Additionally, MPS is, the Republicans are talking about dividing the school up into four districts, which contradicts the small district that the program is calling out. 4 days. This past weekend, I took 2 kids to Milwaukee Black Historic Museum. They couldn't understand or pronounce the word lynching. The younger 12-year-old asked, well, what's that thing hanging around their neck? Academically, these kids are not getting what they need in 4 days. What makes us think that a taking away a day from these kids is going to add to their education when MPS is currently failing the kids? They can't read or write now. I've worked with running rebels and child protective services. Probably over 90% of those kids that I work with had the same problem. So it's not a matter of adding a day or taking away a day to give kids something new. It's a matter of the academics that they need to survive in life needs to be taught, and the kids need to be learned. Right now, I think they're trying to recruit over 300 teachers. That's a problem. One of the students that I talked to, he had 40 people in his classroom. We have a systemic internal problem with the schools. That's the problem. And if we've taken the kids out of the community and sent them someplace else, and we expect them to thrive, they can't thrive in the environment that they're in. And this new environment adds more bureaucracy to what's already not working.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have on the platform is Terrianna Taper. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Terrianna Taper, Taper. I am in support of Director Carr's feasibility study. For one, because it's just a study and it could potentially become a policy, but it's just a study. So I believe that we should give her a try, and we should just try it, And second, because I am an independent Black female in high school still, and I find it hard to balance work, school, and just a personal life as a teenager. And with the 4 days week of schools, it will help me become better. And I feel like I could work on my time management better. I could just become a better person. I could explore my ideas that I want to explore. I don't have time to do that right now. At all. I miss days of school because of it, because I'm still out here being independent because of it. And I feel like the 5th day it will lower my absent rate also. And then it would just be great for people to be able to explore the ideas and have a breakthrough for young people, and just promote opportunities, wealth, generating wealth, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. But I completely support and respect her feasibility study, and I hope you guys vote for her.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Kavon Moffett. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Oh, looks like that speaker is not on the platform. We will call Kenya Higgins. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Kenya Higgins, last name Hagans.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. I support Director Carr's proposal for the feasibility study because, let's face it, I don't think it's really about if MPS is failing, but some will argue that MPS has already failed. If we look at the district report card, the details of the report card reads as follows. Milwaukee Public Schools is a diverse district that welcomes all students, preparing them for success in higher education, post-educational opportunities, work, and citizenship. Yet, our overall score is only 58.01 out of 100. Do we really need more experts to tell us that the score is unacceptable? I think we owe it to our children to rethink the structure of the classroom and, to rethink the structure of the school day, a fresh approach, re-envisioning what the school day looks like for children receiving a public education in Milwaukee is the least we can do. But I think we should move beyond the least we can do, which is the re-envision aspect, and explore Director Carr's feasibility study. And when I say we, I mean we as the community should support the study, from the board to the administration, from principals to teachers, from parents to the community members, because we as a community simply need to put the children's needs first, ahead of all of that. Their mental health, tap into their creativity, put their futures before all of that, ahead of our theories, ahead of our desires for professional advancement, ahead of our need for validation, ahead of our need to balance the budget, ahead of our egos. I think Director Carr's proposal for the feasibility study is warranted, it's practical, and it is timely. I mean, some people said that students have been reeling from the pandemic, but have they recovered? No, they have not. I mean, many adults haven't even recovered from the pandemic. So are we really expecting that children have already recovered?
Thank you. The next speaker is Jante Dismuke. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Jante Dismuke, Dismuke.
Thank you.
I support this proposal because it will give kids an extra day to do what they want to do in their lives as an adult. Kids don't learn. Okay, everything that kids learn today, they don't use every day in their lives, and for a lot of kids, they are either depressed or they're sad or they have bad families and stuff like that. And if they get that extra day off to do what they want to do in life, it will give them some time. Because a lot of kids either play sports, or they have jobs, or they want to do anything around that, and they can do that in that extra day. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Nasia Bivens. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello. Uh-oh. I think, there you go. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Okay. I know some of the students were having difficulty with registering and logging on. So if Nasia is still on the platform, we can come back. The next speaker on the platform is Nazir Knowles. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, yes.
My name is Nazar Naz, Nalls.
Thank you.
All right, first, I'd like to say good evening to everybody in the call. And I'd like to say I stand with Director Carr's proposal. I feel like this day, well, this 5th day can be used for me and my classmates to focus on mental health. And I feel like it will give us a day to catch up on extra anything we have to deal with. And I feel like it will also allow me to be able to pick up more hours at work to provide for my family, especially during this pandemic. And I feel like as you see all these kids are in the call providing testimony for this proposal, I feel like it shows that we as students have a 5th day to help us prepare mentally for the next coming days and to help bring our mind back during this pandemic. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform, let's see if we can get Nasia Bivens. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Hello? Yes. We can hear you very faintly, just a very little bit.
Nasia Bivens, Bivens. I
Yes.
support Director Carr's proposal to have 4 days of school, with the 5th day being a day of extended learning. I support her proposal because students will have an extra day to focus and reflect on mental, physical, or spiritual health, missing work, or something career related. Personally, I struggle with anxiety and stress, and sometimes I don't have the time to focus on myself because my schoolwork is adding to the stress that I already have. I also support it because teachers can also have the day to grade assignments or create new lesson plans. It's important for people to feel like they can have an extra day to not focus on academic stuff if they don't want to, and just relax their minds. But this is not just a day to sit in bed at home. This will be a day for students to get their other important stuff done in their life that they cannot get to because of school. This is a proposal that I am proud of, and I hope the board supports it as well.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Nicolo Honorado. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Nicolo Honorado, Onorato.
Thank
Chair
you.
Simpson, members of the board, I am a MPS teacher, parent of elementary and high school students, and MPS parent, teacher, and alumni. I would like, I'm glad to be able to put in some input on, I would have liked there to be input from a wide range of stakeholders before this being presented to the board. I do have some questions to raise in regards to this proposed plan, and I hope that they're clarified before continuing with any feasibility study. As a parent, I would like to know, where will my child physically be on this 5th day? How are they going to get there? Who will be responsible for providing content on day 5? And will they be vetted, licensed, insured? And what content will they actually be providing? Will attendance be taken for students? How will it be reported on IC? What will happen if a student doesn't participate? Will their absence count against school attendance? Will they get truancy tickets? Exactly how many more minutes would have to be added to a school day to meet instructional hours? And how will this affect the school days for our K4 and K5 students who already struggle with our long school days? What about high school athletics and clubs? As a teacher, I also have questions. What mandatory professional development will be provided? Will it be all day on the 5th day? If teachers are going to be in the building on day 5 and are putting an extra 50 minutes a day, will the district be increasing staff pay? Will not just for salaried staff, but also for our hourly staff? If students are going to be provided services inside MPS buildings, it's unrealistic to think that teachers are not going to disengage or are able to disengage from students. Ask any teacher who has tried to take their prep in a shared room. It's nearly impossible. I also want to acknowledge that students want to explore art and music and theater and career technology. But if your art and music and career center teachers are in mandatory professional development, who is going to be teaching these classes? Until there are more details and greater input from stakeholders across the district, I feel that it's premature to push it to a feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Raven Chappelle. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Ray Chappelle, white educator representing RE Milwaukee, CHAPPELLE. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, I am speaking in support of Director Carr's resolution to conduct a feasibility study for a 4-day school week with the 5th day's focus on mental health. In my 3 years as an educator, this is the most innovative resolution that I have seen put forth by any board member. I applaud Director Carr's resolve, spirit, and her dedication to the people that we are all here to serve, the young people attending Milwaukee Public Schools. Let's talk about those young people who we are all here to serve for a second. These are scholars who are trying to navigate a world in the midst of multiple pandemics. Not only COVID-19, but pandemics of compounding oppression, such as racism, classism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia, many of which intersect for our diverse student body. Our country's return to normal neglected a crucial component of our young people's overall learning and well-being. Returning to normal asks us to ignore their mental health. 40 minutes once a week spent on second step skills isn't cutting it for many of my 5th graders. The ratio of students to trained support staff like counselors, psychologists, and social workers in our district is abysmal. Support staff is stretched thin, and therefore they are not able to provide an adequate amount of time for the young people in our buildings to process what they are struggling with. Director Carr has developed one model that allows us to center that vital aspect of our youth's ability to learn and grow. So I ask you, where is the harm in surveying parents, students, and community members, the folks that we are tasked with including in our decision-making process, to gauge whether or not they support this idea? This is the time to support innovation. This is the time to cultivate creativity. This is the time to put our heads together as citizens in Milwaukee and make some positive changes for our young people growing up in our city. Sassy committee members, I think it would be unfair and unjust to kill this idea on the virtual board floor today. This should be a collective decision, one that we make with our community, not for. I urge you to vote in support of the feasibility study and include more voices in this important discussion. Anything less would be incredibly patronizing to the community at large and insulting to our collective brilliance. And for anyone disparaging Director Carr or anyone writing off this resolution as an attack on our public schools, shame on you. That type of fear-mongering is old and tired, and it should be laid to rest right next to your own inability to create meaningful change.
Madam Chair, that completes public testimony on this item. You have also received written testimony on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And I know there were some individuals who may not have been able to speak, so if they happen to pop back on, just please let us know. I'd like to give them that opportunity. So at this time, do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? I see Director Carr. Sorry, and I'm just trying to quick write this down. Director Leonard. Okay, so we'll start with that. So Director Carr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who provided written testimony and who provided live testimony. I just want to say, and I think a lot of the confusion is stemmed around how this was introduced by the media and even how it's worded on the website. This is not a proposal to shorten or reduce instructional time. Never have I ever said that. That is not outlined in the proposal. What I was proposing, or what I am proposing, is that we shift our structure to focus on intense academic instruction that focuses on the core academic areas, and possibly increasing the day by 50 minutes, thus allowing that 5th day to be a day where our community-based organizations that already serve our students, that already serve our parents, fill in a gap. But I also want people to understand that this is a feasibility study to explore the possibilities. It is not a proposal to shift it right now, contingent upon whether or not we vote in support or not. But I just want to stress that a lot of the opposition, or much of the opposition that I've read, that I've heard, even from constituents that have called me, voicing their concerns, everyone is hung up on the idea or the notion that it's a proposal to shorten the week. And that is not what this is, nor is it a proposal that is suggesting once a vote is made tonight, we are going to proceed on this matter. This is a feasibility study to explore, again, the possibilities, because as we've all stated, and as we know, what's happening now is not working, and it's time for us to do something different. And so I ask, and I demand that the board listen to the testaments that were provided, testimonies that were provided today, as well as those of the community that may not have shown up tonight. Everybody wants change, and no one really knows what that change looks like, but we know the results that we want to be produced. And so now is the time. As we know, the state legislators, they have their agenda. And as a teacher, starting in 2013, my first couple years was spent marching with no takeover signs. And so this is my second time that I am experiencing an attempt to take over or dismantle our districts. They're looking for action. Our parents are looking for action. Our students, obviously, as they spoke tonight, are looking for us to do something. And I'm not suggesting that this feasibility study and everything that I outlined in it is it, but it is going to lead us to it, and that it will be the thing that takes our children and our district to the next level and get them off of our backs. And so I just wanted to clarify that this is not a proposal to move immediately. This is a proposal to gather, to bridge that gap between the community and the schools, the parents. There are other aspects of the feasibility study that I want explored, like what does it look like to employ individuals, our parents, employ them in our schools to promote those healthy relationships, those that have significant employment barriers, because other school districts are doing it to fill those vacancies. That is a radical change that is working in other districts. Is it a possibility that we can explore that? Another thing that was laid out in the feasibility study that no one is talking about is shifting the priorities and the responsibilities of our parent coordinators. They are capable of doing so much more. They have the skills, they have the capacities, and our parents need to learn how to be stronger advocates for their children, how to understand special education law and what IEPs entail and what does that mean for their children's future, and so on and so forth. And so there's so many aspects in the proposal, and my vision would allow for us to create subcommittees that is overseeing this or that's leading this work that's going to produce that next step. But right now there is no answers. That's why it's a feasibility study. And I would never promote or suggest that we need to reduce the amount of instructional time. What I am suggesting is that we take a closer look at what's happening across the country. There are teacher shortages. People are suggesting, oh, our MPS students are so far behind. Yeah, well, if we increase the days, do you think we're going to be able to retain more teachers? Look at the bigger picture here. We are struggling in so many ways, and it's not unique to MPS, but if we don't get things together, we are going to lose it. It's almost like we're going to be handing our district over to state legislators. So again, this is a feasibility study to explore the possibilities. And I hope that you all listen to the children and the community members that spoke tonight, as well as those who did not show up tonight, but is in support of this. This is it. This is going to lead us to what that next step is. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Carr. Director Leonard.
Okay. I have a lot of questions, and I think I will hold them off. I will just mirror that. I was listening to Mr. Honorado, Nick speaking, and I would have a lot of the same questions as a grandparent with my children. I want to know who is actually going to be in there with my children. And I do agree that I believe there are some merits to some of the ideas that Director Carr is bringing up. We do need to make some significant change, but I'm going to speak to something from 25 years ago, or at least 25 years ago. So I went for a week, or more than a week, I believe. I think it was a full week, 7 days at least, to Flint, Michigan. Saw a community-based education program there. And I remember going through significant, I mean, just it was very intensive. It was 10 to 12 hour days at least, if not more. And one thing that was abundantly clear to me, that we try to do it here in the Sherman Park neighborhood. It took us 3 years just to get enough community support to even try to get the program moving in the Sherman Park area. And we never did get it off the ground. It took the Kellogg Corporation in Flint, Michigan, along with the intensive meetings and support and drumming up volunteers and just finding all kinds of angles to get to the point where they could actually put it in place. And this was not a 4 day a week, it was 5 days a week. And I do believe that Director Carr made that clear. We're not looking at 4 day a week school per se. The reality is, though, to get that much done, to make this big of a change, we need to understand what that will entail. Even if we get a feasibility study and it says, yeah, let's go for this, most of us on the board right now will not be on the board when that actually takes place. It's going to take a momentous heavy lift to make that occur. So I think we need to be aware and make sure those that are speaking to its favor understand how difficult it would be to change a full system like we have right now. And I think that it's very important to be very realistic and pragmatic about this. The other concern I have, and I've always had this, and I'm getting a lot of calls from parents from the 7th District and otherwise, and they are upset that we have not considered them before even getting to this point. And they feel they have not been considered whatsoever. In fact, they're quite angry about it. So their question to me has been, did you support this? And I said, well, I didn't make the resolution. And where are you coming from? And most of them have been quite upset. And I actually sort of have to mirror what Ms. Turner said earlier. And many of them said the same thing. We already are struggling with MPS with regards to virtual education and having too many days off and not having our students in school. And the optics of this, the way this looks, it looks like you're going to give them a day off a week. And that just is uncalled for, and I won't go through all the details, but I just need to make sure we understand that that's the way it looks like to a lot of our parents. They are very upset about the very fact that they have not been presented with anything and I feel like we're being sort of overwhelming them. I don't think they understand what a feasibility study infers. They're only seeing it as that we are sort of going around them on this and not giving them their voice and their concerns in this situation. I don't need any replies or anything. I'll stop at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leonard. Director Garcia.
Yeah, so I think that there's a lot of items that I think are very important for us to consider, especially as we think of the much needed changes that I think we are all in agreement that we want to see happen, in this district. I think that mirroring a lot of the sentiments that Director Leonard mentioned, a lot of the feedback that I got was the sense of feeling excluded from this process. So maybe if there was a way that we can kind of pump the brakes on this in order just to have the whole community feel like they're a part of the conversation. I think that there's a vested interest in really looking at what innovation can look like. And obviously, if we don't think, differently, we're not going to get different results. So I'm in agreement with that aspect of things. I think that for me, it boils down to, that community engagement piece, that I think that for us to put together a solid proposal, it's going to be really important that we have the inclusion of, all the districts, I think that us looking at the timing of this, is this something that aligns with the priorities that we have set forth, as a board? I know that, even for us as a board, we're looking at doing a strategic planning process. Where does this fall in line with that? So just looking at how do we align the work that we have ahead of us that we've already committed to, and where does that plug in? What is the burden that's going to fall on the current staff and administration and making this come together. And I think ultimately it's really about that, right? Like when we think about feasibility study, I think it's really important for everyone to understand that, it's a kind of test drive of, is this something we want? Like, are these the features that we want in this vehicle that we want to drive? Do we want the seated car, the heated car seats, and I can go on with an analogy on that, but I'll spare you all that portion. But I think that ultimately we really want to, listen and hear. And I think Director Carr, you mentioned that was your ultimate intent of, this has been an opportunity for you to coalesce a lot of the concerns that you've seen. I think if maybe we can find a way to make that, broader, I think it'll only strengthen what can be. I think that there's a lot of logistic questions that will be answered through this process. But as it stands right now, I just don't feel that it's at a point where I could fully support a full-on study to happen before a lot of this engagement pieces really fall into place. So I'll leave that there for now.
Thank you. So just so we have a lot of people with hands raised, so I'm just going to I'm going to finish with one round of the committee, and then I'm going to go to the directors who have joined us for this meeting. I'm sorry, and then I'll go back around for another round. So I'm going to go to Director Gokul Gandhi next because we haven't heard from her yet.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. I just want to say I agree with my fellow committee members, Vice Chair Garcia and Director Leonard, and many of the comments they made. Just a tactical question. Can somebody provide me with an estimate of what a study like this would cost?
I was actually going to ask Matt Chasen to join us in this conversation. So this seems like a great opportunity to have him jump in. I know this is a big ask, Mr. Chasen, but just sort of ballpark, could you give us a sense of the cost of a feasibility study of this scope and size?
Thank you, Chair Simpson. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. We don't have a lot of comparables in this space right now. I would simply say that it is highly likely to meet the threshold of our competitive bidding requirement, which would be at a minimum $50,000. I would anticipate the scope that exists here to probably be at least that. So it would just require that a competitive bidding process take place. If any of it were to be outsourced in a scope, that would reach that threshold. And so you would look for an RFP process to be executed to query the marketplace for responses, and then we would do an evaluation at that point. I know it's not a great answer, but it's probably the best I can offer with the detail I have in front of me at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chasen. Director Gokul Gandhi, any follow-up at this time or other questions? Okay. I'm going to go to Director Peterson, I believe, had his hand raised first. Director Herndon, back to Director Carr. So that's sort of the next three. So Director Peterson, Director Herndon, Director Carr. So Director Peterson.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that some of the needs and concerns that were in the resolution and what the students talked about are real needs. I absolutely believe that we should be teaching the whole child, that we should be caring for their mental health. We should be helping them look at careers in the future, etc. I'm afraid actually that if we were to follow this path in terms of this feasibility study for this, it would still be stuck a great deal on a 4-day school week. And one reason I think that people think it is a 4-day school week is because that was mentioned 15 times in the resolution. And I've not seen any statement by supporters who say it's not that. Now, when you read the specifics, it's true. What is there is the staff will be on Friday getting planning time or PD time, and the students will be getting a range of items. I took notes on about 50 different things that were listed by the high school, mainly the high school students today. And the questions that have not been answered, though, relative to that, is who will actually supervise those students and provide for those students' needs, unless we're going to say that teachers aren't going to have that time and it's just whatever. And so, I mean, you look at it now, I know that at the school that I'm most familiar with, the after-school program has 30 to 40 kids, you know, for a couple hours, the before-school program. What we're looking at, are we looking at having 400 kids in that capacity? If you figure that we have maybe 70,000 kids would be there at school on Friday, the teachers wouldn't be there. If you want a 1-to-20 ratio, we'd have to have 3,500 people in addition to the teaching staff and the educators working with those kids. It sounds, my thinking is that in terms of a feasibility study, it would be more viable or more focused if we say, okay, let's have a feasibility study about how we really move to educate the whole child. I mean, it's community schools are working really hard on that. Maybe make it for, you know, look at how we could push it for the entire district, or a feasibility study of what are the mental health needs of our students and how they could be met. Because just having people say that we should hire more counselors doesn't cut it, especially when we have like 10 counselor positions open and we are having difficulty hiring more counselors. Or maybe assessment of why our math scores are so low in this district, and really say, let's focus in on something that's really key for our students and for our district. And it's not a criticism of math teachers, but it is a fact that our math scores are quite low. And just a couple other questions. You know, about 14,000 kids are students with special needs in our district, I think. Those students need to have their IEPs fulfilled, and some of that requires daily work with teachers, their teachers. So I'm not sure, does that mean the special students and the teachers who are teaching students with special needs don't get the planning time and don't get the PD? And finally, to say, as a teacher for many years, I found that when I'm working with kids on academic issues and we've had 3-day weekends for whatever reason, you know, a holiday or snow day or whatever, it was really hard to continue. 2 days is long enough for kids to be out of school as far as I'm concerned. And I believe that the 5 days should be active days, should be teaching the whole child. And so that's where I think we have to put our emphasis, because if it's only 1 day and the kids feel bad about the other 4 days, it's still going to be insufficient. And finally, I'll just say that one of my concerns of voting for the study is that many people in the community get messages one way on Facebook, and I've gotten calls already saying, well, why are you supporting a 4-day school week? You know, and I haven't spoken on it publicly, and nobody else, you know, but people are just they jump on the headlines, they don't read the article. And so I'm afraid that this will cause more of our parents to think, well, MPS doesn't know what they're doing. Now they're talking about 4-day work week. I'm going to go to a suburb or go to a private school. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, President Peterson, Director Herndon, and then Director Carr. So Director Herndon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know where to start. I took notes through all of our speakers tonight, and I have lots of questions, and I also have major concerns. I too have received emails and calls and I also had a town hall meeting on Monday night. And there were so many people that missed the town hall, didn't know about it, don't understand what's going on at the state legislative end of things. Staff are concerned about, or should I say administrators are concerned about losing staff simply based on what's going on in the media. And of course, again, being accused of not notifying my constituents of this going on. And that's a major, major, major problem for all of us. In terms of my questions, one of the things that I see is in what's going on in the schools, I got a report last week or something too. Our students' attendance is atrocious in the schools. And so you can't really educate a student that's not present. The other common theme I heard from the young people tonight was having a free day to rest because they're holding down jobs. Now, I don't know personally why they are working, but certainly as we talk about this, we have to remind parents, you know, that be cognizant of that, because the state does have a piece of legislation, and I'm not sure if they passed it or not, but it was being talked about, where the students could work even more hours than they have been able to work in the past. In other words, later at night, even though it's a school night. And we can't expect the students to be able to be successful if they're putting in many cases, more hours for work than they're putting in their education. So that's one thing to point out. The other thing is that MPS deals with a lot of students that really go to a lot of different schools. And each of these schools have a different type of curriculum. And what I mean by different schools is they may be an MPS, then they go to a charter school, then they go to a voucher school and bounce around all over the place just in a matter of months. That is having a real negative impact on students' performance. And many times they land back here. In terms of the resolution itself, I feel that it has a lot of unanswered questions in there. The fifth day, clearly we understand that people think that's a day out of school. Some of the calls that I got also indicated that this model does not bode well for families with kids in K through 8, because the extended day, our district evolves around yellow bus transportation. We also have, I think it's 3 different starting times. So for some children, their days, the little ones especially, let's put it K through 8, it just doesn't make sense for K through 8. It seems to be more of a model for high school students. So Director Carr, that was a big one. The other thing is for administration. I also saw in here the inference that there's a lot of things that the district does not provide, okay? And I would like administration, when they speak again tonight, to point out what we offer in terms of internships, apprenticeships, career training, community schools, specialty schools that have all sorts of equipment in them. And what comes to mind right now is Pulaski has a multi-million-dollar automotive training program. And I have said to administration over years, we don't publicize these offerings enough. So in terms of this resolution, we need to recognize and make use of what's already there that our students maybe aren't getting exposed to, or they nor their parents know that these opportunities even exist. And over and beyond all of this is the need for the mental health services. And the school district has been actively trying, since our city residents passed the resolution, and thanks for it you know, but this was before COVID. But we got that passed, and from that day forward, we have worked to get psychologists, social workers, and we do not have enough of them. That's a fact. But we do have them, and maybe, I don't know for sure, but maybe our community, our parents don't necessarily know that those things are also offered. And if they aren't, they need to contact their board director and find out, you know, where they can get those services from. And with that, I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Director Herndon. So I'm going to go to Director Carr, and then I'll go to administration to respond to what Director Herndon had asked for, some of those programming choices that are available within our school districts. So Director Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my board colleagues who have posed very good questions, very relevant. I think there needs to be some clarity or understanding about what exactly a feasibility study is. So a feasibility study is designed to answer whether or not a proposed project or idea should go forward by determining whether the project or plan is practical and doable. In order for us to determine that and make conclusions, we have to engage the parents, the educators, the key stakeholders, the community. That process cannot happen without a feasibility study. And so to the points presented earlier about the concerns about how this was released to the community, I am an elected official. I was voted in by constituents within my district. And so before developing and even presenting this plan, I needed to be sure that it was okay with my constituency. And so how it was released or communicated was very intentional, because I needed to know whether or not there was buy-in, whether or not individuals wanted to explore this, basically to gauge the community and determine what the other possibilities were. And that's where these ideas come from. And so I understand that you all have received calls. I've received calls too. And I hope that you all explain to those who reached out to you that due to various legality aspects of our board governance, we can't always work with each other or talk to each other at every time. And so while I wanted to reach out to my colleagues, in fact, I actually tried one colleague and you were not available during this time where I wanted to talk through some things, but that's neither here nor there. I need people to understand that in order to answer every question that was presented today, there has to be a feasibility study. And within the feasibility study, that is when we focus on outreach, to survey the community, to survey parents, to even create focus groups with students and parents and faculty and staff. Again, that process cannot happen without the feasibility study. And what would have been wrong is if I had just presented a plan as a proposal. I am suggesting that we start that process of engaging and surveying individuals to determine, again, the possibilities and determine how this will look, to determine who would serve on that final day, or if we'll just create cohort models to increase the opportunities for paid apprenticeship, internships. I don't know how this will look at a K through 8 level or on a K through 8 level. And so I have questions too, how this will look, how many people will fill in that gap, how many employers will be willing to work with the district to provide the employment opportunities. There's so many questions. And again, the questions are all valid. And they're all relevant. The only way for any of those questions, including mine, to be answered is if we conduct a feasibility study. So I just feel like there's so much confusion, and a lot of the questions that's being proposed, of course you can't answer it because we have not started the work, and we won't start the work if you vote this down.
Thank you. Administration, if you could respond to Director Herndon's request at this time.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, I'm going to turn you over to Dr. Hill, who will walk us through with the internships, assistantships, apprenticeships that we have for our students. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Fosley. Good evening, John Hill, Director of College Readiness. As of December 31st, we had approximately 33 youth apprenticeships, and youth apprenticeships are through the Department of Workforce Development. And that, in order to qualify as a youth apprenticeship, you have 450 paid hours and concurrent instruction in that area. We also had 169 internships, and those can be paid or unpaid at a variety of different locations, ranging from We Energies to other businesses. So we have, currently we have youth apprenticeships, internships, we have our school to work programming for students with disabilities. We also have a alternative program, the GPS education program, where students go to school half day and then they work in the in a manufacturing job in the afternoons as part of their learning experience.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, also just on the onset on yesterday, we had our job fair for juniors and seniors in the district out at UW Milwaukee, where we had almost 600 students that participated with a number over 50 employers from around the city that was employing our students. So it was an excellent turnout. So those are some of the opportunities.
And I would add that we will be having a senior job fair in April for seniors looking for summer employment, as well as potentially permanent employment if they're choosing not to go to post-secondary institution following graduation.
Thank you, administration. I'm going to go to Director Gokul Gandhi, and then I'd like to put myself in the queue, and then Director Carr's hand is raised next. So let's go to Director Gokul Gandhi.
Chair Simpson, I'd like to make a call to vote.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to call the vote. So Madam Secretary, I believe when that is made, that we go right to a vote. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, as chair, you can choose to allow people to allow the conversation to continue, or you can call for a vote to call the question.
Okay, well, I'm going to let myself speak since I have a turn, and then we will go to calling the vote. So I'd like to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Garcia, please.
So received.
Okay, thank you.
So noted.
My comments are so one, I'd like to just reference back to the referendum. So we went to a referendum a couple of years ago and really worked extensively in the community in many different capacities to hear from the community what we wanted our schools to look like. If we could make, sort of take away the price tag, what do we want our schools to look like? And we have a lot of research to look at in regards to that. And we went through a process of picking the things that we wanted to start investing for our students. So I feel like, when we talk about what our community wants, I feel like we actually have gone through a very big process with the referendum of listening. And then of course, COVID hit. So with COVID, the one thing that we heard from families and students alike was that desire for stability. We heard, of course we wanted to be in school safely, But that was the ultimate goal of everybody. Our families and students asked for that stability of being in school face to face with their children. We heard from national leaders that was the most beneficial thing for our children, to be in school with their teachers, with their peers. So when I look at this feasibility study, it doesn't align with those two things that, in my opinion. And I look at, if I wanted to invest in a feasibility study, I think I'd like to acknowledge some of the things that Director Peterson said when he spoke to kind of that more narrow scope, like what exactly would it look like if we really tried to boost our mental health resources for our students? What would that look like if we really focused in on, increasing our capacity to do internships? So I think a narrower scope is something that I could support. When I read it and when I listened to testimony and I read the testimony, there are a multitude of things that come up, and to me it's very cumbersome, and I think that's part of what causes confusion. And the reality is that this is a feasibility study for a 4-day school week. So then if that leads to my sort of next area of concern with this is, who's responsible for our children on day 5? The bottom line is that we have to make sure that our children are cared for, that they are safe, that they're in the hands of people who we know will have the training and the expertise and the credentials to meet their needs. And we heard a lot from the older kids, but I heard absolutely nothing about our youngest children. Our Head Start children, our kindergarten children, the kids at the elementary level, our special education students, some of whom require intensive daily care. When I kind of weigh all of that, in its current state, I can't support this feasibility study. So I have a lot of other questions and concerns, but those were sort of the ones that I wanted to make sure I spoke to this evening, so that people understand why I just don't support it in its current capacity. So now that we've all had a turn to say something, I will ask Dr. Mann to do the roll call on the question.
Point of
I guess we don't.
Privilege.
I'm going to defer to Director Mann. I'm sorry. As Madam Secretary, at this point in time, what would you recommend doing?
Madam Chair, you do have options. One is there is not currently a question. So at this point, you could not call the question. If there was a motion on the floor.
Thank you. That's a good starting point. I'm going to go back to Director Gokul-Gandhi since you made that.
Yeah, I moved to call the question.
Okay, so I guess we need a motion.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, no, I'm going to go to Director Carr, I promise. I just wanted to get some clarity on the procedural part of this. So we do need a motion first. So I will go to Director Carr next. Sorry, thank you for being patient. Just want to clarify the procedural part of this.
So I can speak now?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So I want to say that time is not on our side, and I understand the opposition. I understand the pushback, the questions. I don't think that you all understand what a feasibility study is. State legislators have made their proposal and has a plan of action that is ready to be executed. The data that state legislators and so many others, including our parents, are referencing as they share their frustrations about MPS state of affairs is accurate, and it can't be disputed. They have a plan, and we have nothing but the same old ineffective, drawn out tactics that have landed us back at this place that I was first introduced to, as I stated earlier, back in 2016 when I was an educator marching with no takeover signs. Are we really proposing, like what are we really proposing? What are we waiting for? There's a time in the district, like I don't understand what we're doing here. Are we waiting for more enrollment declines? Are we waiting for more educators to leave MPS to go teach elsewhere? Not because they're not earning better pay here, but because they are receiving more resources and more support and more stability elsewhere? Like, are we waiting for taxpayers to go bankrupt, paying into a referendum that isn't giving them a return on their investments? Or are we waiting for more children living in poverty, children that look like me, to perpetuate the narratives and cycles of poverty, not because they're not capable, but because board members acted with no urgency and no concern for their future or the future of their peers? And so I'm curious, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for your term to end so you can leave and not feel guilty of having the blood on your hands as a result of the school and community void or the low academic performance outcomes that our children are producing? Enough is enough. You've heard the children speak and share their thoughts and share their concerns and their proposed ideas. You read their testimonies submitted, begging for the board to hear them and consider their feelings and their desires. The meetings, the press conferences, the press releases will not stop plans for others, so it shouldn't stop our plan. And if we're not gonna go with this proposal, what is the amendment? And what's going to be the next step? Like, I do understand that this is very robust, and I understand that it's asking for so many different aspects of that child to be explored. And I could understand, and I could even stand with an amendment that perhaps reduces certain aspects of it that then forces us to hone in on one part. And maybe that's the mental health part, or maybe that's providing more professional development and whatnot to our teachers. But, you know, I don't know what we're doing here. And the only growth that I've seen on the state report card was skewed by the metrics that were suggested by those that your people voted to be in. And it's like, it's not an accurate depiction of where we are, but to some it would show gains. There's no gains. And that referendum money, it's not benefiting our children at all. And so enough with the respectability politics. We have more time to, we don't have any more time to waste. And if we decide not to make a bold and radical move starting tonight, we might as well march to state legislators in Madison and hand our district to them wrapped in a pretty blue and gold bow. I urge the board to listen to the superintendent, listen to the community, pay attention to state legislation, and show that MPS pride that you claim to have, because yeah, it's not coming out in these conversations. We got to do something.
So I guess at this time we do need a motion on the floor. And Director Carr, is this a motion or is this a comment?
It's a motion.
I'm so sorry.
Feasibility study.
Okay, so so you're making a motion to pass the feasibility study. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure we're making progress or it's taking the vote. So Director, I'm sorry, I keep saying that tonight. Secretary, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll on the motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, is this a motion to approve the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so the administration has amended their recommendation. So is it with the amended recommendation?
Yes, I move approval of the administration's recommendation with the amendments.
So noted. Madam Chair, I think you just muted your mic. Would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, I was just going to say, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you. On Director Carr's motion to approve Resolution 2122R-015 on a feasibility study to implement a 4-day school week. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Nay.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Nay.
Director Leonard.
Nay.
Chair Simpson.
No.
That's 1 aye, 4 noes. The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
The next item is item number 3, action on a request to approve the contracts for behavioral reassignment and at-risk seats with Banner Prep, Southeastern Education Center, and Lad Lake Synergy for the 22-23 school year. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached contracts for behavioral reassignment and at-risk seats as outlined in the attachment to this item.
Thank you. Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we're asking for your approval of the behavioral reassignment for at-risk seats at Banner Prep, Southeastern Education Center, and Lag Lake Synergy. I will ask Bridget Schock to provide some additional information, and after which we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Ms. Schock?
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board. Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request to approve the one-year contract renewal for behavioral reassignment and at-risk seats with Banner Prep, Lag Lake Synergy, and Southeastern. These schools provide a continuum of educational and behavioral services for students who have been reassigned through a central office hearing process. This is a standard item that comes each year after reviewing the data for each program and determining the district needs. The students arrive at these schools, the staff meets with each family to set academic and behavioral goals. These goals are reviewed and monitored to help students get back on track prior to returning to a traditional school setting. Each of the schools focus on intentional relationships and provide strategies to help students meet their behavioral goals. Banner Prep has partnered with the district since 2007. The school provides services to students in grades 9 through 12 for 125 seats. To date, the school has served a total of 183 students. Currently, there are approximately 100 students enrolled in this program. Banner Prep provides a multifaceted approach to address the various learning needs of students in order to facilitate their desire to get back on track with their educational journey. Southeastern Education Center has partnered with the district since 1999. The school provides services to students in grades 6 through 8 for a total of 85 behavioral reassignment seats. To date, Southeastern has served a total of 85 students with approximately 40 students currently enrolled. Southeastern provides students with a safe and secure environment within which students become empowered, strengthen academic skills, develop effective work school habits, and improve interpersonal relationships. Lag Lake Synergy has partnered with the district since 1996. The school provides services to students in grades 6 through 12 for a total of 90 behavioral reassignment seats. In addition, they provided 20 transition seats to high school students who are at risk of not graduating, continue towards their high school diploma for a total of 110 seats. To date, Lag Lake has served 134 students with approximately 90 students currently enrolled. Lag Lake's mission is to guide growth, reach potential, and live responsibly. The total combined number of behavioral reassignment seats requested is 300 for the 22-23 school year in grades 6 through 12. The contracts for each of the schools are attached to this item and will remain the same as they currently are this year. At this time, we can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the committee? Anyone want to make a motion?
Adopt administration's recommendations on this item.
Thank you, Director Gokul-Gandhi. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Gokul-Gandhi's motion to approve the administration's recommendation for contracts for behavioral reassignment and at-risk seats with Banner Prep, Southeastern Education Center, and Lag Lake Synergy for the 22-23 school year. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
And Chair Simpson.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
The next item is item number 4, action on a request to approve an agreement with the Milwaukee Area Technical College for at-risk students. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached agreement with MATC for at-risk students as defined by Wisconsin State Statute Section 119.15 for the 22-23 school year.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we're asking for your approval of an agreement with MATC to service students who are at risk of not graduating from high school. So Bridget Schock is here with me to report out on this item. Upon completion of this item, we will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Bridget.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request to approve the one-year agreement with MATC Emerging Scholars Program. MPS has partnered with MATC for more than 20 years to offer a full-day program for students who are at risk of not graduating, as defined by the statute. The Emerging Scholars Program provides young people with an opportunity to earn credits towards high school graduation. This is a standard item that is brought each year after a review of the academic and organizational performance data. Part of the review process includes focus groups with students, parents, and staff. The students express that they appreciate the college experience. Parents share that this program provided their child an opportunity to graduate in a different environment. In order for students to expand opportunities in technical and trade courses, in collaboration with MATC, we are proposing an opportunity for students enrolled in this program to earn dual credits in technical trade courses. These courses are different than the high school courses offered and would expand the portfolio of options and interest of students. Attached to this item, you will find the red line contract that highlights the school changes. The proposed changes to the appendices are also attached to this item for consideration. At this time, we welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do any committee members wish to make a comment or ask a question on this item? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I just move that we call the question.
Great. Sounds good. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Item number 4, there was an individual who registered for this item but spoke on item number 2. And I do not see anyone on the platform to speak.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Madam Chair, we do not have a motion.
I believe Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move to call the question, but I can move to adopt administration's recommendation on this item.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Director Gokul Gandhi's recommended motion to approve the administration's recommendation for an agreement with Milwaukee Area Technical College to serve at-risk students for the 22-23 school year. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
And Chair Simpson?
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
The next item is item number 5, action on a request to approve the instrumentality charter school contract with the Alliance School, Inc. for the Alliance School. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached instrumentality charter school contract to begin with the 22-23 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 24-25 school year.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we're asking for your approval on the charter school contract before you with the Alliance School to begin with the 2022-23 school year. Bridget Schock is here with me and will be providing an update. Upon completion of this information, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Ms. Schock.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request to approve the 3-year instrumentality charter school contract with the Alliance School that has been agreed upon in collaboration with the Office of Board Governance, the Office of the City Attorney, administration, and representatives of the school. Alliance is a small and supportive learning environment that provides a safe and student-centered program for young people. The school has demonstrated a commitment to serving students and families in a caring, nurturing, and supportive manner through its intentional social and emotional strategies, restorative practices, community partnerships, and family engagement. Attached to this item, you will find the red line contract and appendices for consideration. At this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move to approve the request for the instrumentality charter contract with administration's recommendations.
Thank you, Director Gokul Gandhi. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, I do not believe we have any requests for public testimony on this item. No.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
On Director Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the instrumentality charter school contract with the Alliance School, Inc. for the Alliance School to begin with the 22-23 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 24-25 school year. On the motion as read, Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item number 6 is action on a request to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with the Milwaukee Teacher Education Center, Inc., doing business as the Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, MESA. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached non-instrumentality charter school contract with MESA to begin with the 22-23 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 24-25 school year.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we are asking for your approval of the charter school contract with Milwaukee Teacher Education Center. At this time, I would like Bridget Schock to share some comments with you, and after which we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Bridget.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board, Bridget Schock, Director, Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request to approve the 3-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Teacher Education Center, doing business as Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy that has been agreed upon in collaboration with the Office of Board Governance, the Office of the City Attorney, Administration, and representatives of the school. MESA is dedicated to the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional growth of young people. Through its expeditionary learning model, MESA engages young people in thinking, problem solving, and decision making. This learning model uses thematic units that provides relevant lessons related to the real-world integration of English, science, social studies, and mathematics. Attached to this item, you will find the red line contract and appendices that for your consideration. At this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no requests to speak on this item.
What is the pleasure of the committee?
Move to adopt the recommendation.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
On Director Garcia's motion to approve the administration's recommendation for the non-instrumentality charter school contract with the Milwaukee Teachers Education Center, Inc., doing business as Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, MESA, to begin with the 22-23 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 24-25 school year. On the motion as read, Director Carr. I think
You're muted, Director Carr.
I think
Aye.
Thank you. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
And Chair Simpson.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Next item, Madam Secretary.
The next item is item number 7, which is a report with possible action on resolution 2122R-007 regarding a charter school evaluation. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, this evening I have with me Ms. Bridget Schock, who will lead us in the sharing of the information along with Mr. Matt Chasen from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, Mr. Bradley Carl with the Wisconsin Center for Educational Research. Bridget?
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board, Bridget Schock, Contracted School Services. Tonight, we are pleased to provide an update on Resolution 2122R007 regarding a comprehensive charter school evaluation and share the scope of work for this project. This report connects to all five priorities for success, but tonight we will be focusing on strengthening communication and collaboration. In December, we requested proposals to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of charter schools and its impact on the district around academic, financial, and organizational performance. We are excited to partner with Wisconsin Center for Education Research at the University of Wisconsin-Madison on this evaluation. They have a long history of partnership with MPS to evaluate district priorities and initiatives, which included the charter school report conducted in 2010. This project has been a collaborative effort with administration, the Office of Board Governance, the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, and Wisconsin Center for Education Research. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Mann and Mr. Chasen to provide any additional comments, and then we will hear from the Wisconsin Center for Education Research to provide an overview of the scope of work.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in response to Resolution 2122R-007, the Office of Board Governance worked in collaboration with OAE and the administration to ensure that there could be an evaluation of the charter school program and process, and looking at the academic, financial, and organizational performance of the district. We worked very closely and basically went through the questions to ensure that there was an alignment to the request in the resolution, as well as data that could be achieved through the questioning to ensure that it responded to the board's questions around charter schools, not just what was in the resolution, but some of those other measures that the board had, talked about during charter school retreats and things of that nature, that will give the board a more cohesive picture of the charter school program and process in MPS. Mr. Chasen?
Thank you. Yeah, the administration and the Office of Board Governance have done a spectacular job of summarizing the work to date. And I'm going to let Professor Carl go ahead and take us forward, and then we can probably answer any questions you have on the work as being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chasen. Good evening, everyone. Chair Simpson, members of the committee. Bradley Carl, I'm with the Wisconsin Center for Education Research, which is part of the School of Education at UW-Madison. We have partnered with MPS over last 10, 15 years on evaluations of numerous district initiatives, and pleased to partner again with MPS on this initiative. So just very quickly, in addition to the couple of slides ago that laid out the very high level overview of the goals of this work, evaluating the academic performance and financial and organizational performance. On this slide, you see just a little bit about what we understand and have talked about with Ms. Schock and Mr. Chasen, Dr. Mann. Our understanding of an area of particular interest on the part of the board is around MPS's procedures around authorizing of charters, which criteria are used to authorize and review and renew charters in relation to other authorizers, giving you some reference points at a local level. So other authorizers operating in the city of Milwaukee, other authorizers around the state, and then some selected national comparison points as well. So around authorizing charters, reviewing and renewing, also an interest, as we understand it, in knowing more about how MPS differs similar and different from other authorizers in terms of range of services provided, as well as disciplinary policies. So next slide. That's the high level goals. Just wanted to speak a little bit about the timeline as well. We set up, I think, an ambitious but definitely achievable timeline will be, we have a scope of work with a qualitative and quantitative data collection plan. We'll be engaged in that as pending approval here. We'll be engaged in that starting immediately, concluding that work in May, and then we will have a final report ready to present in July. And let's see, that I think, yeah, Matt, I will turn it back over to you or whoever is the appropriate person to turn it back over to at this point for questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And yeah, I would like to know, do the Office of Board Governance or the Office of Accountability and Efficiency have anything to add before I call on board members?
Madam Chair, we would like to hear from board members on what is being proposed at this time.
All right. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Director Leonard.
I just want clarification. So the complete report will be sometime in July that we will get to see all the findings that have come out. So we're just getting sort of a summary of what's being done at this point in time. Is that correct?
Mr. Carl Bradley, I believe, would be the person to answer that.
Yes, that is my understanding, and that's what we've been discussing with Dr. Mann, Mr. Chason, Ms. Schock. That's correct.
Any follow-up to that, Director Leonard?
I guess I've actually asked Mr. Chason this already once before. So is there a possibility that at times I can have conversations with any possible questions or concerns before that report comes out? Not that you would change anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if I have questions, concerns, etc., that I would have some kind of contact that I could make that with.
Mr. Chason?
Thank you, Chair Simpson, Matt Chason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. Certainly, this office is available to answer any questions you have as it relates to any goings on in the district at any time, which is fine. But if there was any specific item that you saw that you wanted to have represented in the scope that you see this evening, this would be an appropriate time to make sure that that is discussed and considered, so that before our partner, Mr. Carl and his team, move forward, that we can make sure that's included in the scope of their work. So I would just invite any particular feedback you have based on the read you have thus far.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chason.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go right ahead.
So I guess one thing I want to make sure, and it was in the resolution, is that we're looking at the solvency question with regards to non-instrumentality and instrumentality charter schools. And I guess the best, if it's even possible, the best case scenario of how we will benefit each other. I'll say it that way. I'd be the best. I think that's my main concern overall with regards to this.
Is there anyone who would like to speak to that or respond to that?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Director Leonard, we can assure you that the questions that board members have asked have been shared with the researcher. And one of the things that was consistently asked by board members is to understand the benefit of charters on the district, and then the benefit of MPS for chartering. So those types of things will be a part of the report. Not to delve deep into the actual questions, but there is a proposal that is set forth that gets to the board members' questions and around the validity of the program and process, and some comparisons as well. So board members will have lots of information, and it will be current information.
Thank you. Director, we got the thumbs up from Director Leonard. Thank you. Director Garcia, you're next.
Yeah, so I just wanted a little bit more clarity around I guess, the previous studies that have been done. So I know that in the resolution it mentioned some prior work done in 2007 and then a report that came out in 2010 that I believe someone referenced in the presentation tonight. So within I guess, like the report in July, are we looking to, I don't know, compare as to, what the status of those reports were back then? Is that like our historical points of references, or like what is the, I guess, like the integration of the previous work, within this current study?
Mr. Carl?
Madam Chair.
Yep, whoever is best to answer that.
Sure, no problem. Madam Chair, members of the committee. The previous study asked different questions, right? At that time, the board wanted to know some different things about charters. It was 10 years after getting into chartering. And so it was the first look, right, to say, we've been doing this for a while. How are we doing in comparison to other authorizers? And what is the effect of charters on the district? Some of those things will be asked and answered in this study. However, the questions were a little bit different than what the study will produce this time.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Garcia? Okay. Any other questions? All right, Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Director Peterson. President Peterson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. No worries. I'm pleased that we're doing this study. And I also just want to mention, for people's edification, if they're not aware of it, that in one of the statements that one of the candidates for the mayor, current mayor, said was that he was interested in encouraging the charter schools from the city to become charters of MPS. And I look forward to this study to give us more information that will make us give us more information about the comparisons between us and other local charters, and maybe initiate a discussion amongst the board around the idea that the acting mayor posited. Thank you.
Thank you, President Peterson. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, this was an informational item. So Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. The next item is item number 8, which is a report with possible action on the regional showcase, the citywide region. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, as always, I am excited to bring to you our monthly regional showcase. This month, we will be featuring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School, and we welcome Principal Anissa Hayes, who will be joining us during the presentation. At this time, I will ask Janelle Hawkins, the Senior Director of the region, to begin the presentation.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board. My name is Janelle Hawkins, and I am the proud Senior Director of the Citywide Region. This evening, I have the distinct honor and privilege to showcase the Citywide Region. As always in our district, we anchor our work in the 5 priorities of success: increase academic achievement, improving district culture and climate, developing our staff, ensuring fiscal responsibility and transparency, strengthening communication and collaboration. Tonight, we will also show the alignment between the priorities and the district, the correlation that we have at the local school level. The citywide region is comprised of 10 schools, 3 elementary schools, 6 traditional middle schools who serve grades 6 through 8 only, and 1 middle and high school, which currently serves grades 6 through 11, and will be adding grade 12 next year. In terms of programming throughout our district, we are pleased to share some of the programs that we currently have in our schools. We have IB program, gifted and talented, agriculture, African American immersion programming, and community schools partnership, just to name a few. This collective group of schools brings together a synergy unmatched by any other region. Citywide administrators have over 40 years of experience and serve approximately 4,000 scholars. This school year, as we walk through uncharted territory in terms of teaching and learning while thriving through a pandemic, our educators in our schools were reminded by the phenomenal group of leaders that serve in each of these schools that student achievement cannot and should not be compromised. This slide is a snapshot of what's happening in our elementary schools in which I serve. As you can see on this regional data star, from the data from STAR in mathematics, each grade level from grades 1 through 5 have shown growth in progress. We continue to strive to bridge those mathematical foundations in the early grades. The next slide is a snapshot of STAR reading. The progress to date of our grades 2 through grade 5 scholars. As you can see in the early grades, our students are learning to read. The interesting data point to keep in mind as you're looking at grades 2 and 3 is these are the scholars who have basically learned to read during the pandemic by sitting at their computers. Much has been given to our teachers and our students at those early grades. When we think about grades 4 and 5, these are the students who are reading to learn. So there is much that they are actually doing as well. We know as we take a look, as we serve our elementary students, we have to think about how we get them ready for middle school. This is a snapshot as to what is going on. We know there is work to be done, but you can definitely see that we're moving in the right trajectory. At this time, I would like to move into our school spotlight for the evening. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is an African American immersion school that serves approximately 300 scholars. The principal of this thriving elementary school is Miss Anisha Hayes. Ms. Hayes has served our district as a paraprofessional, teacher, assistant principal with over 25 years of dedicated service to MPS. She now serves as the principal of Dr. King Elementary School. As we reflected on our scholars that have spent the majority of their time learning through a pandemic, I present Ms. Hayes, who has spent the majority of her tenure leading through a pandemic. Ms. Hayes has done a fantastic job of rallying her troops, and she's here to tell the story about some of the wonderful things that are going on in this K-8 school within our citywide region. At this time, I introduce to you Ms. Anisha Hayes.
Good evening. I am Anisha Hayes, the proud principal of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School, the African American Immersion Program, where we are restoring hope in the dream. A little bit about Dr. King. We are a small Head Start through 8th grade school right in the heart of Milwaukee, in the Harambe neighborhood. As Director Hawkins stated, we serve approximately 300 scholars. We are one of the original Turnaround Art School. Former First Lady Michelle Obama began the Turnaround Arts program with the expectation that scholars in underprivileged neighborhoods will attend school more, they'll become more excited about school, increase their attendance, and ultimately increase their academics if they are exposed to the arts. As the leader of Dr. King, I too believe that children exposed to the arts, their culture, and literacy will thrive. We are also fortunate to be a school with a full-time teacher in art, music, gym, and library due to the Turnaround Arts program. At Dr. King, we take pride in our heritage and academic achievement, which aligns to one of the district's 5 priorities of success, academic achievement. Over the last few years, Dr. King has increased on the state report card. We currently are at 76.9, which is exceeding expectations. At Dr. King, we have recently increased our scores on the Winter Star assessment in reading and math. We are focused on our academic achievement. We emphasize uninterrupted reading, math, and writing blocks at Dr. King. We have a school-wide intervention block where we take on the all hands on deck approach, regardless of position or title. Our staff has collaborated and worked well together for the benefit of our children. As we focus on reading and writing, we also are privileged to have 2 full-time AmeriCorps reading tutors. We take full advantage of additional help given to our scholars. The reading tutors help our scholars in grades kindergarten through 3rd grade with basic phonemic awareness, fluency, comprehension. Here at Dr. King, we focus on writing. We have a 6th grade teacher who embraced the writing and is currently leading our staff with the Writing Revolution Professional Development program that's offered right here at Central Services. Because of our high expectations in writing, we write across the curriculum. We write in all subjects, writing included on all bulletin board displays. Our scholars are even writing in kindergarten. Here is a letter from one of our K-5 scholars, little Adonis. He walked up to me on my birthday in January and gave me my birthday note. Next slide. I am definitely proud of this next slide. Our next priority is school culture and climate. People know that we love our school, we love our culture, and we love each other at Dr. King. This top photo is of me with our morning announcers. Our announcers are scholars from grades 3 through 8, and they read the announcements every morning in pairs. At Dr. King, we have increased our enrollment and retained our scholars for the past 3 years, and our staff turnover rate has decreased. Dr. King has also reduced the number of incident referrals and suspensions for the past 3 years. During the 2017-2018 school year, it was reported that 546 incident referrals were written. During the 2018-19 school year, 398 referrals. And currently, we only have 71 incident referrals written this school year. We are a school that practices restorative methods. We celebrate the small wins. We have monthly Lion Pride, PBIS events, and we allow our scholars to have a voice and a choice on decisions that affect our school. Some of the initiatives that our scholars take lead on is the student announcers, like you see there. We have our student ambassadors. They wear jackets like this with the Dr. King logo. They meet our guests at the door when we have events. Our scholars also are members on the community school leadership team. This year, Dr. King was one of the featured schools that took an active role in helping to plan and support Black Lives Matter at school during the week of action. Dr. King is a place where you would love to work, you would love to send your children, and you would love to come to school if you were a scholar. The final priority I would like to share is that of communication and collaboration. We are proud to announce that we have recently earned the title as one of the Milwaukee Public Schools' new community school in partnership with West Care, Wisconsin. We hold many positive relationships with partners and in our community. We communicate and collaborate with our community, with the families, with our scholars and staff. We believe our relationship with the community is another reason why our enrollment and retention of our school scholars and leaders have increased. We are neighbors and direct partners with Dan Bader and the Bader Philanthropies. Through this partnership, scholars, family, staff experience weekly horse therapy sessions with LifeStriders. Horse therapy, we practice patience, social skills, life and wellness skills, all while addressing the specific needs of healing each person. That's just one initiative Bader has supported Dr. King with. We work with many other positive organizations that have impacted the climate and culture and collaborate with our school family as a whole. We work with Heart Love Place, Girl Scouts of America, Mad Hot Ballroom, Truth School, Milwaukee Repertory Reading Residency, Peace Learning Center, Children's Hospital, Milwaukee Performing Arts Center, Chicago Poetry, just to name a few. At this time, I would like to turn it back over to Director Hawkins.
Wow, thank you, Ms. Hayes and the Dr. King Elementary School community. As I close this evening, please know and understand that as a region, we have constantly talked about ways that we need to evolve to get more scholars to proficiency. We began to focus on a few things and have opportunities for growth in our region. One of the things that we're focusing on is school transformation. And what I mean by school transformation is really looking at research to see what research-based strategies do we need to employ in order to get more students to proficiency. There is an increased improvement in teacher feedback. Lately in our professional learning with our principals, we've been focusing on coaching and feedback in order to improve teacher practice, which ultimately will improve student achievement. There's an increase in proficiency levels. As you saw on the snapshot of happening with our STAR assessment, we know we have to give more students to the target. So there is an increase in looking at what does that look like in terms of proficiency levels. You heard Ms. Hayes talk about improved culture and climate. It is laser focused time for us to really think about how do we improve the culture and climate so that we can pave the way for proper instruction to be happening in our classrooms. Reduce absenteeism, foundational skills and early literacy, high school readiness, and again, our scholars are asking for more extracurricular activities, and our leaders are figuring out ways to give that to them. On behalf of the 10 schools in which I serve, the dedicated teaching staff, and the over 4,000 scholars of the citywide region, we thank you for this opportunity to showcase just a few highlights of the citywide region. At this time, we will entertain any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gulgandi, then Director Carr.
Not that I'm biased or anything, okay? I don't want anybody to think that. I just think you're doing a great job, and I thank you for everything you're doing for our students, and I can't wait to continue to see how you guys grow.
Thank you so much. Director Carr.
I just want to say huge shout out. Like, you all do amazing work. I had the opportunity years ago to do a walkthrough with a parent. I believe it was actually with a couple parents, and we did a walkthrough and just experiencing and being immersed in the school culture and climate, and just seeing all the educators just love on the kids like they were their own. I loved it. I loved it. One of my favorite schools. The culture is definitely strong, and you all are doing an amazing job. And you're an African American immersion school. So yes, I love that model. I love it. I love it. Thank you all for all you do.
Thank you. Director Peterson.
Yes, I want to congratulate the region plus ML King School. Absolutely. It was inspiring to hear all the activities. I'm glad you're a community school, and I'm sure you're going to benefit from that. And the community school partners that you'll have are going to benefit as well, the other community schools, because I know they work closely together. The one question I have is, do you have any suggestions for other schools in terms of increasing enrollment? That's a struggle that many schools are going through. I can imagine why students and families want to stay and come to your school, but is there anything special that any advice you might give to other school communities in terms of increasing enrollment? Thank you in advance.
Principal Hayes.
Chair Simpson and members of the board. A couple of the things that we do at Dr. King One, we have a strong Facebook page, and we also have our NPS website. We advertise there, and we communicate with our families quite often. We make sure when they do enter the building, when we were, more open, we would welcome them and the culture that they could feel the love and the culture as soon as they walk in. We also have lots of advertisement around the outside of our building on our fenced area. We are instrumental in the community. We participate in the Juneteenth parade. We have our own banner. We march through the parade. And we just try to get our name out there as much as we can in a positive way, to let people know that we have a little small gym over there in the Harambe neighborhood that we wish more people would see and know about. We do love on our scholars. They love on us. Of course, I walk around and they call me Grandma Hayes, because I'm like the grandma in the building. Grandma wants good news, wants good hugs all day long. And I tell them that their teachers are their parents. So we just have a family atmosphere, and we just love on our families as much as we can.
Thank you so much. That's just adorable. I don't see any other hands raised at this time. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, there is no request for public testimony, but if at all possible, I would like to take a point of personal privilege.
Absolutely, Dr. Mann, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to congratulate a fellow Lady Trojan, Miss Anissa Hayes, for all of the work that she is doing with the MLK students and families. As a graduate of Tech, Milwaukee Tech, she was prepared to go forth and do great things. I can honestly say that this is a moment that contributes to my being MPS proud. Hi, Anissa.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, and I mean, I'll just say, you had me at your writing curriculum and horse therapy. So throwing the family atmosphere and people calling you grandma, like, what's not to love? So thank you so much for sharing a little bit about your school and a little bit about the region tonight with us. It's always the highlight of these meetings. So thank you very much. And with that, Madam Secretary, what is the next item?
The next item on the agenda is item number 9. Item number 9 is a report with possible action on the gifted and talented identification. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, a report and presentation on the gifted and talented identification will be presented by Dr. Melanie Stewart this evening. Joining her is Susan O'Brien, a teacher leader for the Jarvis Grant. Following the presentation, we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Dr. Stewart.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the SASE committee. Tonight's presentation on our gifted and talented identification is firmly within the our work to increase and identify those students that are talented, that are gifted, and to make certain that we are providing services and programming to make certain that they are excelling in their abilities. Milwaukee Public Schools uses a variety of assessments to identify both high ability and potentials in students. One of the assessments we use is called the COGAT, which is the Cognitive Abilities Test. Traditionally, this is used in grade 2, but because of the pandemic and we were virtual last year, we were not able to screen our students. So this year, I will be sharing 3rd grade data as well. We also use the teacher observation of potential in students, better known as TOPS, and Susan will be sharing a little bit more about that later in our presentation. We also use STAR, we use other observations, we communicate with our parents, and our teachers and our families share observations of their children if they believe that there's some gifted or talented possibilities. As you will see in the first slide, this is data over multiple years that goes back to 2017. And you can see that this forms that traditional bell curve because the type of test that this is that's what it's designed to do. It is a normed reference test. Several years ago, we shortened the test and we actually gave the screener to all students to minimize testing, increase our teaching time, and we use this to identify which students may be in those higher areas, and we identify the students in the 7th, 8th, and 9th stay nines, and they go on to take the full composite. If we are looking here, this is the composite score. So these are the students that started on the screener in the 7th and 8th stay nine. You will see that the yellow, or our second grade scores, forms a pretty even bell-shaped curve. We do see in 3rd grade a little bit of a higher spike at the 3rd, or just slightly under average. And we believe this may occur because in 2nd grade, we chose the test because it only has one subtest that has words in it. Everything else is shapes and images, it's auditory, so that students that may not know their reading, may not know English, are able to take this test and be identified. The 3rd grade test does have English and has reading in it. So we are going to be watching this group of students very carefully to make certain we have not missed anyone that could have been identified. So this year we did the test in fall in November. On the screener, we identified 175 2nd graders and 155 3rd graders that went on and made them eligible to take the post screener. From that group of students, we had 65 different schools represented. So you can see back in 2017, we only had 37 schools. Now we have in the 60s and 70s the last several years. 31% of the students who took the post screener scored in the 9th stay nine, the very highest stay nine, on at least one section of the assessment. This is generally those students that we would identify as gifted. Those students in the 7th and 8th are absolutely above average, and we need to work with them to make certain that they are continually developed and challenged at that level. So here's the age stay nine distribution of the post screener, so that you can see those students who took the composite or the full test. You can see how they are distributed over the course of the years. And you can see our 9th stay nine group, it's been up the last 2 times that we have tested, which is very exciting. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Susan O'Brien, who's going to talk a little bit about TOPS. Susan.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Good evening, Chair Simpson and committee. My name is Susan O'Brien. I am the Javits Grant Coordinator for Milwaukee Public Schools. The slide you are seeing right now demonstrates the impact on of the TOPS tool from the onset of usage in 2017 through this fall observation period during this school year. The TOPS tool is a culturally responsive tool that looks for gifted potential in our students and recognizes areas of gifted potential and talent that often is missed under traditional assessment methods. The TOPS identification tool not only offers and matches services to students, but it also supports teachers in having what we call an at potential mindset when they're observing their students. And that really fosters an approach of looking for the best in students. If there are non-teacher pleasing behaviors, still seeing the amazing things that students can do. So it really impacts the culture of the classroom and helps to match instruction and opportunities with students where they have areas of gifted potential. So you can see we went from 180 students to this year recognizing 413, and those numbers are still coming in. So we know that kids don't always develop at the same time. So we do see gifted potential surfacing at various times of the year under different circumstances. This slide will show us the current Javits schools. And the first Javits grant we received independently was in 2017. And those are the See Us schools. And See Us stands for Scaling Up Expanding Excellence for Underrepresented Students. Across the nation, there is a serious underrepresentation in gifted and talented, as well as students recognized for gifted potential and receiving services. Both of these grants are designed to mitigate that underrepresentation. Then in 2019, we were awarded a second Javits grant, and that is SURGE schools, and that is an acronym for Serving the Underrepresented by Grouping Equitably. And this really speaks to matching instruction and services to student needs. When there is a better match of instruction to where students are ready to learn, that's where we really see the achievement soaring. And we have external evaluators with all of these grant programs, and we have been able to identify statistically significant improvements in mathematics, attendance, and teachers are just overjoyed to be involved with this program. There's a very high level of teacher satisfaction being involved with these grants. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Mel.
Thank you, Susan. Another way that we look for potential in our students is we look for students that are scoring in achievement. Both of the assessments that Susan and I spoke about, one is a cognitive reasoning and one is an observational tool looking for potential. But we also know we have students that are just very high achievement. Therefore, we look to identify those students as well so that we use the 75th percentile on STAR to begin looking for students and providing opportunities to students because of their achievement. For example, in mathematics, students that are at the very high end on STAR, as well as on COGAT, are provided opportunities for programming with ALEX, which is a tool that is either compacting or helping students accelerate in mathematics. So meeting our students' needs, this is what is very important, is not just the testing, but looking at what the testing means and how do we help them. Susan, would you care to share a little bit more about how you do this?
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we work very hard in advanced academic programs to match student needs with services. So some direct services that we provide for students who are identified with gifted potential, for example, is student leadership training. So that they can use their gifts and talents to the fullest extent. So we offer student leadership training. We have Saturday and summer camps free of charge to families to nurture creativity, to foster STEM skills, student architecture skills, problem solving, creativity, artistic needs. We provide teacher professional development and coaching. So the teachers have been extensively trained on using the TOPS tool and recognizing that gifted potential. And then it's not just a professional development and it's over. We continue to offer classroom support and coaching support to the teachers on an ongoing basis so that we see these grant practices implemented successfully in the classroom. We're able to also provide a lot of materials for teachers so that they can use those materials for highly engaging hands-on learning within the classroom. We offer yearly parent workshops. We just had one last Sunday, a virtual workshop, and we had over 66 families attend. We had different sessions on the COGAT, looking at gifted potential, how to nurture your child's potential. We had school psychologists there with providing a session on supporting a gifted child. We had AP and IB sessions for the parents to learn more about the different services that Milwaukee Public Schools offers. And this is all really done through our Javits grants and our Department of Public Instruction grants. And they really help to increase that identification, provide services, and mitigate that underrepresentation that is really, it's a national problem, but I can very proudly say that in Milwaukee Public Schools, we have, and Dr. Mel will show that in the next chart, you can see that we have been able to really diversify the students that are identified as gifted and with gifted potential and who are receiving services.
So again, I'm Melanie Stewart, Director of Research Assessment and Data. And along with the presentation, there was an additional document in the board item, and it is a table that shows multiple years of data for both COGAT and for students identified with TOPS. And it is also then broken down by boys and girls, race and ethnicity, students with and without disabilities, English learners and non-English learners, economically disadvantaged, and those that are not economically disadvantaged. We began this practice so that you can see the breakdown of student performance, and in this case, the gifted and talented identification. So at this time, Susan and I would be delighted to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you. I would just like to thank you for the report, and just it is really nice to see the use of teacher observation as part of this. I think that, some kids just don't test well, no matter what the test looks like. So just nice to see that, and nice to see that that's reflected by an increase in how many students are identified as in need of, extra support for their learning. So thank you very much for that report. And that was an informational item. So Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 10, a report with possible action on the district assessment data. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, a report and presentation on data assessment data will be provided this evening by Melanie Stewart, and after which we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Good evening again. This is Dr. Melanie Stewart, Director of Research, Assessment, and Data. And tonight, again, we're going straight to the priorities of success, and this is about increasing our academic achievement. And this topic for this presentation is on the universal screening of all of our students. The data that you're about to see is a combination of results both in English and Spanish from the STAR assessment. What we are going to look at too is the growth in the percentage of on-target students. Several years ago, we had a linking study done between our STAR results and the Wisconsin Forward, ACT Aspire, and the ACT assessments so that we can use our universal screening to be predictive so we know what students need additional support and we can monitor growth against standards. We're also tonight going to look at the 2018-19 data from STAR because that is the last full year of data we can have that we can use for comparison. So a little bit of background on growth. STAR again is normed reference. So we're seeing our next bell curve here tonight. And if a student is at the 50th percentile at the beginning of the school year, there is an expectation of growth. And in the winter, if that student grows the predicted or typical amount from fall to winter, they would remain at the 50th percentile. Likewise, if they continue to grow through spring, they're going to stay at the 50th percentile. What we want to see is gap closing growth. So if a child is starting out at the 50th percentile, in winter, we hope that they have grown beyond expectation to be at the 60th percentile and continue to have gap closing growth so that they could potentially be at the 65th percentile by the end of the school year. So let's look at our data. Benchmarks for STAR, you'll hear when you're out in schools, we have children in yellow and blue and red and green. So what does that mean? This chart is going to show you the cut scores for various performance categories and how they predict to the Wisconsin Forward of the ACT Suite. So those students that are scoring either in reading and math in the yellow or blue category, those are the students that are performing below the 25th percentile. That correlates to below basic on our state tests. The blue category, we start to see a little bit of change. In reading, those are students scoring between the 26th and the 59th percentile. In math, that's between the 40th and the 74th percentile, and that correlates to basic. In the green categories, in reading, students above the 60th percentile, those are students that would likely be proficient in advance on the state test, but in math, the 75th percentile is our benchmark. So now onto the data. In 2018-19, you can see the performance on the top two bars. In that year, kindergarten and first grade both took the STAR test. Remember, this year, we have a new screener that you'll be seeing data on much later. That is an observational tool. So our kindergartners are not taking computer-based tests. Our first graders are still taking STAR, and this is in early literacy. What you can see here is in winter of 18-19, 45% of our students were on target for proficiency. You can see the impact of the pandemic and unfinished learning that this year we have 20.8% of our first graders that are on target for proficiency. But what you can see is in fall, we had 12.7% that were on target. Now we have 20.8%. That's that gap closing growth that I showed you. You will see also in the yellow and red areas, those have declined dramatically. That is gap closing growth because we have fewer students performing in those categories. In reading in 18-19 in winter, we had 19% of our students that were on target for proficiency. What you can see in 21-22 is that, again, we have the unfinished learning. We do have gap closing growth from fall to winter, but we have fewer students than we did several years ago. You will see we also have more students that are in the yellow and red categories. So we have gap closing growth, but we also know we have a lot of work to do to work at getting caught up with that unfinished learning. In mathematics, in 18-19 in winter, we had 20% of our students that were on target for proficiency. This winter, 11.2%. But again, you can see from fall to winter, we did have gap closing growth. You can see the red and yellow section in winter is smaller. These are all indicators that we are making the right direction in increasing growth. This chart shows race and ethnicity And this represents, each column represents a different race and ethnicity and on target growth. So it would have been that green, those green groups. So if you look at early literacy on the far left, every single one of the groups had gap closing growth. If it was average growth, those bars would all be the same height. But in winter, they are higher. If you look at reading, the bars are higher in winter. In math, the same. This is showing that every group increased the percent on target, demonstrating gap closing growth. Students with disabilities, again, this is on target data. The blue is students without disabilities, the orange is students with disabilities. We are still seeing, as in the previous slide, disproportionality, and we have groups that are not performing as well as other groups. Here's the same thing, our students with disabilities, big difference. We know that, and we know we have to close those gaps. But if you look from fall to winter in early literacy, reading in the center, math on the right, both groups demonstrated gap closing growth. English learners, looking at the on target, we have English learners in blue, former English learners in orange, and English proficient students. Those are students who have always spoken English. And this is the only chart that I've got one group, our ELs in reading, did not quite get growth, but they're very close with very little loss. But every other group demonstrates that gap closing growth. So, overcoming the challenges. Tier 1 is the critical base for all instruction, including the use of the high quality instructional materials that we have purchased for our families and for our children. Ambitious instruction, accelerating learning. This is focusing on embedding those strategies to address learning loss and closing academic gaps. We are using this because we need to enhance Tier 1 to make certain that we continue to see more gap closing growth. Additionally, implementing Tier 2 interventions. That's not the focus, but that is a support for children who need the extra boost beyond Tier 1, in addition to Tier 1, to be certain that we are closing gaps for all children. So at this time, I'd like to thank you for your attention and offer this time that if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for that report. And do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, is there any public comment?
We have no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Going back to committee, any further discussion? All right, thank you so much for that report. Always good to delve into those numbers with you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 11, which is the transmittal of and possible action on the Achievement Gap Reduction Program, the end of semester report. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, a report and presentation on the Achievement Gap Reduction Program will be presented by Chrissy Washington this evening. Following the presentation, we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Ms. Washington.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. I'm Chrissy Washington, the Early Childhood Supervisor, and I'm here to provide a mid-year report on the Academic Achievement Gap Reduction Program. This update is a contractual requirement that's mandated by the public instruction. So here I am to share this information with you. On this upcoming slide, the goal of this program is to improve academic achievement for our neediest learners that participate in the program, 5-year-old kindergarten through grade 3. It is in direct alignment with the first priority of success, which is to increase academic achievement and accountability. The Achievement Gap Reduction Program, as the next slide shows, operates within 64 schools. These are the demographics of the program. There's approximately 10,542 students. And from that student population, about 19% are identified as English language learners, with about 22% receiving special education services, and 87% of those students being identified as economically disadvantaged. The next slide is a breakdown of the participating 64 schools by region, and the Central as well as the Northwest regions are the ones that have the most schools that participate in this program. The next slide provides for you the two strategies that are implemented program-wide by the participating schools. First, there is a class size reduction where there's a maintenance of 18 students to one teacher or 30 students to two teachers in a team teaching situation in classrooms for K-5, as well as providing some professional development for K-5 in small group instruction, and as well as providing instructional coaching for teachers in the grade levels that participate K-5 through 3rd. I would also like to say that this program abides by and is driven by the belief that gaps will close when the teachers, the individuals that are in front of the students, have the instructional supports that available to them that would empower them to provide high quality, supportive, engaging, joyful environments. And they do this by providing deep instruction, and deep in this means, at least for this office, developmentally informed, so knowing your audience, evidence-based, which is implementing the adopted programs, curriculums that are scientifically research-based with fidelity, as well as aligning those resources that we have in the district. And finally, equitable practices that would most definitely address social emotional learning, as well as culturally responsive practices. And this is done through the district-wide focus of ambitious instruction, which has provided our leaders, our support staff, and teachers with a multi-level system of support in the areas of collaboration, assessment, high-quality instruction, and culturally responsive practices in all content areas. But in this particular case, for this report, we will touch on English language arts and math. And so with this focus, this office really works in collaboration with curriculum and instruction, as well as academics, in working on to ensure that in English language arts, the students have the ability to comprehend and create text, because that's the primary way to share information. It really works on supporting foundational skill development in both areas. In math, it's about supporting the development of children's mathematical thinking and sense making, and clearing up misconceptions, and attending to the details of the strategies that are introduced and what's being done by the children when they're problem solving. There has been some things that are done to provide support and work in ensuring that proficiency by end of year is attained in those content areas, and they'll be highlighted momentarily. As has been mentioned, this update is a requirement, and so there's a need to share some data. And so the data that will be shared on the next slide will be reflective of standards-based report card data, K-5 through 3rd, and there will be also some information pertaining to the STAR assessment data, 1st through 3rd. The standards-based report card data is the comparative data from last year to this year, because that's the common data point that was provided in the update last year. It will serve as a baseline for this year. It's reflective of trimester 1, and then we will continue to monitor and track proficiency and advancement levels by the end of the school year in the next update. So this slide reflects the tables of English language arts, reading and math, as well as what has been done in regards to foundational skill development in those areas. Trimester 1 results have shown that comparatively, the baseline for the percentage of kindergarten students with proficient and advanced grades improved from last year, fiscal year 21 to this year in both areas of English language arts and math. It should also be noted that this comparison showed that in the area of math for second and third grade, that it improved as well. Although the report card data did show that there was fewer students identified as being proficient in advanced by this particular data point, the second data point, which is the fall to winter on target and significantly above target results, it indicated that there is gap closing growth, and it's approximately 5% across the board from fall to winter for early literacy in first grade, reading for second and third grade, and math for first through third. So overall progress is continually being made, and there's a few things we think that may have contributed to this success. There's been the return to face-to-face instruction. We know how important the classroom is for our students. There's also been targeted and direct instructional coaching in math. For example, just the foundation skill development in the area of counting, which is extremely important. It's also the same thing in the area of literacy and supporting the new adoption and providing some targeted support in the frameworks, as well as the, I lost my train of thought here. I'll think of it later, but in the area of reading, guided reading groups, that's what it is. And then there's also been background building and support in the area of writing. So all these supportive endeavors have been provided to our levels of support through the ambitious instruction that this office has had the privilege of being able to support school support teachers, leaders, and the teachers as well. But as I've said before, this is baseline data. We'll most definitely continue to progress monitor the results for trimester 2 and 3. And we'll also continue to work in collaboration with assessment and our curriculum and instruction office so that we can ensure that there's consistency and fairness in grading practices, as well as the implementation of developmentally appropriate practices that would ensure improved results by year end. So the next slide is just a summary of some of those accomplishments of the work that's been done from literally, I've got August, but literally July 1 when the fiscal year begins. And there's work on things such as being ensured that we submit this funding report so that there's continued funding for the program annually. There's also strategies to increase coaching as a discussion point for AGR schools. We'll continue to discuss this particular topic with the hope that we'll be able to provide additional targeted support for those schools next year. There's continued implementation of the Lexia Core 5 program, which is a Tier 1 personalized, differentiated reading program, where as of last year, end of year's update, with the small window of time that it was implemented with for the fidelity, there was some promising foundational skill development results. So this program is still being used in schools, those 9 schools, with the intention that we'll have the same results by the end of this school year. There's also been service on the Bridges to School project, and this project is basically one that will serve as a bridge for the 3 community schools that participate in this particular project, Browning, Westside, and Longfellow, who, by the way, are AGR schools. And its work is to really and truly address the, I would like to say, from the womb to age 5, or to the time our children, which is predominantly 4 and 5-year-olds, enter our doors. So we're really and truly trying to work on getting these schools identified as hubs of information where the community as well as families will be able to get the appropriate support they need to ensure that our students are ready when they come to school. And finally, we've, as I've said before, I've just provided a various amount of early childhood professional development opportunities that are supportive of the cycles focus, scaffolding, guidance from our National Association of the Education of Young Children and their position statements, one with developmentally appropriate practice as well as the other on advancing equity as examples. So we're just continuing to do the work with the intention that there is ongoing progress. So that leads us to what needs to be done for now until the end of the school year. Well, we'll just continue to do some of those things I've highlighted before. We're going to you're going to be provided with an update pertaining to the implementation of the program of Lexia Core 5. We'll continue this discussion on increasing coaching support because there is a need for targeted support so to ensure that foundational skill development occurs. We're going to continue this work with the Bridges to School MKE project because it's important and it is necessary to ensure that early childhood development is supported by us even before students come through our doors. And we're going to continue to keep pushing and working on embedding early childhood information within the Ambitious Instruction Accelerated Learning Plan. So that concludes my update, and thank you for your time and attention. And if you have any questions, administration will respond to them.
Thank you so much for that report. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? I see Director Leonard.
I guess just a question. Has there ever been or do we have comparison data or study on how well our AGR students are doing on the STAR assessments as compared to our non-AGR students?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, Director Leonard, and other members of the committee, I will be able to provide that information. What I have in front of me is just reflective of the AGR schools, but I'll be more than happy to provide you with those results.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be helpful if you could get that to committee members. And any follow-up to that, Director Leonard? No? Okay. Any other committee members wish to make comments? Madam Secretary, are there any public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Okay, well, if there's no further discussion, which I don't see any hands raised for, thank you very much for the report. And Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, the next item is item 12, which is a report with possible action regarding art education. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, a report and presentation regarding art education will be presented by Dr. Deborah Boland this evening. Following the presentation, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Dr. Boland.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee. We are excited to be here tonight because we are bringing you the good news to end this evening. So to begin, we just want to take a look, of course, at the 5 priorities for success and really looking at how we are improving our school district and culture and improving the opportunities for our students. We are happy to report that in phase 2, which is this year for visual art, that 22 schools have increased FTEs. We have 14 new full-time positions, an increase of 10.9 FTEs, and you can see the regional breakdown. It is across the district. And to assist those new teachers, we have 2.6 FTE instructional coaches for visual art. We are also pleased to report that we have a decrease in contracted services. In the past, we have used these to fill the positions that have remained vacant. We have an RFP for visual art support, and that RFP was filled by T-Bay, Tessa's Black Entertainment and Youth Center, and then Arts at Large. We have 5 schools that are using T-Bay and 5 schools that are using Arts at Large. And then we have a big decrease for music. We have 15 schools that are currently using the Wisconsin Conservatory of Music, and that's actually a decrease of 13 schools. So we are happy to report that that number is dropping significantly. This year, we are also happy to say that we have been involved with a number of professional development opportunities for visual art educators. We have participated in the New Educators Institutes. We developed a K-8 scope and sequence. We provided professional development on Infinite Campus. We have licenses for the Art of Education University for all of our teachers. We have monthly professional learning cohorts. We have PD on project-based learning. And then, of course, we now have a coach that focuses specifically on high school. And our last PD was high school ambitious instruction, really looking at cycle 3 of ambitious instruction and student engagement. The exciting piece of our PD is really the licenses for the Art of Education University that's provided to all of our art teachers. There are 2 pieces to that, and that is Pro Learning, which is a professional development online resource, and then Flex Learning, which is the curricular resource that supplements our K-8 scope and sequence that we introduced this year. We also have professional development that is offered right through the Art of Education University, and they provide professional development for teachers as well as our coaches. We have also been blessed to have ESSER funding to support our growth across the district. We have 2 different pots of ESSER funding for visual arts. One is for technology, and you can see in this chart from July to September, the amount of schools that have benefited from that. And then our second pot is the art materials, which is equipment and supplies. On the next chart, you will see that that has increased in October to December, and we will present the next month's grouping as we report in the next time in August. Again, you will see that a significant amount of technology has been provided to schools across the district, as well as a number of schools that have been given art supplies, equipment, kilns, and things such as that. So kind of going back to the curriculum work that we've done to date, the K-8 visual art scope and sequence is very integral to our planning. It includes a pacing guide, a unit plan, lesson plan templates, and examples. It focuses on culturally responsive teaching and social emotional learning. And then again, our curriculum guide is supported by the Flex Learning from the Art of Education. We are also very happy to say that we have begun this year to also write high school Common Course outlines. We have already completed art fundamentals, drawing and painting, ceramics, and printmaking, and those will be presented to our high school staff at the end of this school year so they can prepare for 22-23. In phase 3, we will see expansions in 26 schools. Again, you will see that those are across the district. It includes 10 full-time art positions across K-5 all the way through high school. And then there will be 8 paired positions that create full-time opportunities, and those are all elementary positions. Once phase 3 is completed, this will pretty much fill all of the spaces we have that are available based on schools' current enrollment. As we move forward, as we see enrollment increase, those may be edited and added, but for the most part, phase 3 will see almost the completion of the expansion. And moving forward, we will really be looking at our next steps, continuing to support our visual art teachers, continuing to work with schools and facilities and maintenance to install kilns. We have found that that is one thing that we really want to make sure that schools have, But determining if there is space and the technological items that are necessary in the schools has been a bit of a process with facilities and maintenance, but we are working with them currently. And then creating that scope and sequence for common high school courses. Our final goal is really to look at other art areas such as theater and dance, and supplementing the visual art and music curriculum with those subject areas as well. So those are the wonderful things that we have to report to you tonight on visual art, and I am happy to answer whatever questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that exciting update. And do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions at this time? I see Director Herndon. Director Herndon.
Thank you very much. The art and music programs are dear to my heart, and I wanted to compliment Dr. Bowling on this expansion. It's news to my ears to see the art program expanding in the manner that we worked on so diligently, and I was sponsor of the policy for the expansion of art, music, ed, and libraries, and I'm always watching to make sure that our kids are getting these services. I have a couple questions, one of them being for this year, a list of the schools that increased their FTEs. And the expansion, again, is going great, but I would like to see those lists of schools that are successfully enrolled in the program with FTEs. I'd also like to compliment you on the decrease in the contracted services. That was one big thing that the entire board was wanting to see, so that our students could get full services, if at all possible, recognizing that we had to face these programs in over the, I think it was the 4-year period, and it's going great thanks to the staff, and I appreciate that. We initially, for those that weren't aware, the target was to make sure that all of the schools, especially those on the north side, who were lacking these services, got these services. So that's the foundation of what's going on here, is to make sure that our kids get these full-time teachers for these services. To that end, I have a question too. You mentioned schools not having the kills. Dr. Bowling, do you know if the schools that lack those put in a request perhaps out of this last pot of money that the schools were allowed to add additional supplies or equipment or whatever the case may be? Could you answer that, please?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, Director Herndon, members of the board, Dr. Deborah Bowling, Fine Arts Manager. Director Herndon, yes, we are working with individual schools to get those placed. We have 2 schools that have already received them. We had some significant issues with the supply chain, which was, we already had ordered them in August, and we first were receiving them in March. So those are being installed right now. The others are in the process of looking at electrical, ventilation, and all of those items. We are paying the cost of taking any old kilns out and being removed, and then making sure that everything is up to spec, so that all of the kilns that we are installing are the same, so that it'll be easier for us to repair and order parts and things like that across the district. So in addition to that, so schools that have already received kilns or have them, we're ordering pottery wheels and other additional things for our schools to have, so that they have a bigger selection, obviously. The next phase will be deciding if schools are interested in looking at things like printing presses and larger items like that. So once we get the kilns through with facilities and maintenance, then we'll be looking at some of those other extra pieces.
Great.
That is such good news. Thank you.
Yeah, and Director Herndon, I just want to make sure that I understood what you were asking for. Was it schools that increased their FTEs that you wanted that list of?
It's a list of the schools that got FTEs, because when we started working on this, most schools did not have them. And so they were using the contract firms. And the other things was those that did have them were, the teachers were like having to go to 4 or 5 schools in a week, you know, they're 0.20s and things like that. And the goal was a minimum of a 0.5 or 0.50 for FTEs.
Yeah, so administration, would you be able to provide that list to the board?
Absolutely.
Okay. Administration.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I see Director Garcia.
Yes, I wanted to thank Dr. Bowling for this report. I guess I just had a quick follow-up or clarification. I think it's fantastic that we're, investing in the infrastructure for, the equipment to be able to do, ceramics. And you mentioned right now the implementation of maybe like print presses, whether, that's letterpress or maybe screen print, who knows, right? I guess my question is, what are the projections, or I guess like the current status of embedding, like new media, digital coursework into, I guess like practices that we're exposing students to? I know that that's a huge direction that, a lot of, student interest is going into. So I just wondered like what our status is in keeping up with, the trends of art production.
Dr. Bowling?
Sure. Chair Simpson, Vice Chair Garcia, Dr. Bowling, Fine Arts Manager. We are currently going through the list of course offerings in our actual course catalog and updating many of those things that have really kind of come and gone. We have a number of schools that have full labs, and if we were to break down that list of technology that we've been providing, many of those are actually technology labs, computer labs with the software, Chromebook carts, Chromebooks, so that we're getting teachers what they need, so that students are really getting the technology that they need to move forward. We're looking at courses. We have media arts, a number of other things, but also looking at, we still have courses for photography that say a dark room. And while that's wonderful, and some of us grew up with that, that's not what we really do anymore. So really updating that and making sure that our schools have access to digital cameras and all of those other things. So that's part of what we're doing, just supplying our schools with those things first and foremost, but then looking at the high school course catalogs and making sure that those things align with the current state of what our students should be having.
Dr. Garcia, follow-up question?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any other committee members have a comment or question? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? No, I would just like to echo what Director Herndon brought up, just that that reduction in terms of our contracted services is just always nice to see. That was our goal, so it's nice to see that happening. And I guess I really should pass the gavel, because I guess I do have sort of a question, so I'll pass it.
So
noted.
Thank you. So, we've brought up social media before tonight, but, so I sometimes see student artwork shared by teachers and staff members, and it's always just beautiful to see the artwork that our students produce. And I just wonder if there's any way we can, find a way to make that just more public. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but maybe just an ask for people to maybe brainstorm some ways to share the artwork that's produced in our schools, because it's always uplifting to see that. So I don't know if anyone has suggestions or if you've considered that before.
Administration?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Dr. Deborah Bowling, Fine Arts Manager. We have tried to start doing some of those things. We have to we have to be a little cautious with how we are, putting forward student work and student names and those type of things, but that is certainly something that we can look into, especially focusing even on sharing more of that work on our own website.
Thank you. Yeah, just, I know the referendum and the ESSER funds are really helping drive this work. So thankful for those resources. And I can take the gavel back now.
Passed back. So noted.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised at this time, thank you so much for that report and those updates. And Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item would be item number 13, which is a report with possible action regarding music education. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will administration please present this item?
Simpson and members of the committee, a report and presentation regarding music education will be presented by Sherry Garcia this evening, and following her presentation, we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Sherry Garcia, Music Curriculum Specialist. As always, our work in the music department is guided by the 5 priorities for success. I'd like to start tonight with some good news. We have increased our Saturday music classes by record numbers, particularly in the areas of piano, guitar, and strings. We've added 7 new traveling music teachers to our staff, and we've built piano labs in 4 high schools, Reagan, MHSA, Marshall, and Hamilton, and 1 planned for Vincent over the summer. Continuing the good news, we have several new ensemble programs that began in 21-22, now that we're back making music in person. We have concert bands at Milwaukee Academy of Chinese Language, Metcalf, and Thoreau. We have new string programs at McDowell Montessori and the Wisconsin Conservatory of Lifelong Learning. We have new modern bands at Longfellow, River Trail, Audubon, and McDowell. And we have new choir programs at Hayes and the Milwaukee School of Languages. We're also very excited that the 49th MPS Biennial Music Festival will happen on Wednesday, May 4th and Thursday, May 5th at 6:30 p.m. in the UWM Panther Arena. At this point, over 4,000 students are registered to participate, and we're excited that TMJ4's anchor Shannon Sims will be our MC for the event. We are also very grateful for ESSER funding, which has helped us to provide through the ESSER 2 stream Soundtrap Access, which is a digital audio workstation for every student in grades 3 through 8. It's provided all of the appropriate personal protective equipment for our musicians this year, masks and bell covers for over 2,500 students. We were able to purchase ukuleles for 50 schools, as well as a cart to store them and the equipment that is needed to tune and maintain them. And then we were able to purchase 150 guitars in cases for our students to use this year. ESSER 3 is work that's in progress. We are going to be adding some additional traveling music teachers. We are able to enter our students into all of the festival and competitions for the Wisconsin School Music Association at no cost to the child or the school. And we'll be offering some summer music intern positions for students as they learn to work with instrument repair and maintenance. Over the course of this year, we've offered a lot of professional development for our teachers. Most of it was virtual. We worked for the New Educators Institute. We were able to give a general music overview for our K through 5th grade teachers. We have new ensemble pacing guides for 6th through 8th grade teachers. We gave professional development on that topic. We worked with Infinite Campus, particularly as it relates to music teachers. Quaver, which is our K through 5 digital platform, gave some professional development on that. Soundtrap, which as I mentioned is our digital audio workstation. We've had several sessions on Soundtrap. We also have Music First and Smart Music for our middle and high school ensemble musicians. That was part of our professional development this year. We had an in-person, which was very exciting, biennial music festival overture choir session where we learned the choreography and learned how to sing the music together. And then we have had one session on creating some groundwork for our high school curriculum writing, which we hope will take place in the summer. So as a review to date, we have created a K through 5 general music pacing guide, which is standards aligned and also tied to Quaver, our digital platform. And we've created middle school pacing guides for band, orchestra, modern band, and music technology. So our curriculum work this summer will take us through some new pacing guides. We're hoping to add grades 6 through 8 vocal music And then 2 options for high school guitar, a more pop and rock option, and then something that's a little more classical or traditional. We will also be working on our common course outlines for vocal music, for band, and for orchestra. So this year is phase 2 of our music expansion, and we were able to add in 25 schools, as you see there, distributed throughout the city. We have 20 new full-time music positions, which is an increase of 15.2 full-time equivalency. There were 13 K5 or K8 positions, 1 in a K12, 2 in our 612 schools, and 4 high school new positions this year. Phase 3 of our music expansion, which is underway right now and would be implemented in the fall. We were adding to 38 schools, and you'll see the regions distributed there throughout the city. And that would be 24 new full-time music positions, which is an increase of 12.7 FTE. We've divided the positions 9 in K5 schools, 14 in K8 schools, and there'll be 1 high school that will be added, 1 high school position, but actually 2 high schools. So as we go forward, we're going to be working with some state and national networks to help us to develop some best practices for K8 music programming. We have a lot of wonderful K8 schools in Milwaukee Public Schools, but it's been challenging to add ensemble music to those groups as they're often programmed like an elementary school. So we were working to develop some ideas for principals and school leaders to help them to make that transition smoothly. We're hoping to add a general music instrument specialist position. We're adding 38 new elementary schools, and that is a lot of xylophones and tubanos. We're going to need a person to help us to manage that equipment. We are exploring partnerships with Hal Leonard Music Publisher, which is the world's largest music publisher located right here in Milwaukee, and a partnership with the Save the Music Foundation for our general music programs. We really hope to expand our choral and string programs. We've already had a number of interviews with new candidates, and those specialties are appearing in the people that are applying to work here. We really would like to work to offer at least 2 options in high school. So phase 4 of our expansion will hopefully increase the numbers of different options that high school students would have for a music elective. We'd still like to work to rebuild our feeder system so that the programs that begin in kindergarten can go all the way through the 12th grade in this district. And we'd like to align these and create equity by offering music, art, and ultimately dance and theater, as well as creative writing in all of our arts, elementary, middle, and high schools. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that great report. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? I see Director Gokul Gandhi.
Not so much a question, but a thing I'm excited about and want to plug. I am excited that you rescheduled the Drawn Line competition. So I look forward on Saturday to attending that. And I'm just really excited that it's happening. And for our listening audience, there's going to be an afternoon of Drawn Line competitions. Reagan, Riverside, and Rufus King are going to face off starting at noon at Rufus King High School. So I will be there, and I hope to see you there as well. I just stole your thunder. I hope that was okay.
Thank you for putting out that public announcement and getting more people to come. It's a great, exciting event. Director Herndon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to say kudos to Dr. Boland and Miss Garcia. I'll always call her Miss Garcia. She was one of my daughter's music teachers at School of the Arts, so she'll forever be Miss Garcia. I can tell for our new board directors that we've come a long way with these programs since getting on the board and recognizing the dire straits that our students were in, especially on the north side, all of the north side schools. Our kids simply were not getting these services, be it music, art, FIED, or having librarians. Of course, it is a real blessing for us to have gotten the additional funding over the past 3 years that enabled our teams to do what they've done thus far. This time around, again, I would ask that we get a breakdown as a board of the schools that have the services at this point in terms of FTEs or a 0.20, because we want to try to get rid of the 0.2s so that we, at minimum, have teachers at least half time at every location. Preferably, if the population of students presents itself, then of course we can get the full FTE. But thank you again, and I'm looking forward to the music festival in May, that's really what I'm looking forward to. Over the years, and even when I was a child and performed in it, you know, that's just the ultimate, to get down in the big arena and perform. So I'm really looking forward to that. And thank you both for all the hard work. You started from almost nearly nothing, and we've come so far. So definitely, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And administration, will you be able to provide that list of schools to the board that Director Herndon asked for?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, yes, we will be able to provide that prior to the full board.
Thank you. Director Herndon, I saw my sister performing at the music festival. I performed at the music festival, my brother, my daughter. So it is a wonderful event in our city. So yes, a great thing to look forward to. Director Peterson.
I too look forward to it. I didn't go to school here in Milwaukee, so I was not in that, but many of my students earlier on, when the music festival was functioning, participated, and it was also always an incredible experience. All those students learning and singing and providing music together in that auditorium is amazing. I just wanted to thank Dr. Bowling and Ms. Garcia for the work that they've done, and the music teachers and art teachers who have really plugged along, sometimes in difficult conditions over the years, and the voters of Milwaukee that voted for the referendum that has allowed us to move forward in these areas. And it is really a nice way to end a very long meeting, listening and hearing about music and art. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Peterson. Madam Secretary, is there any comment on this, any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no requests for testimony on this item.
Okay. Is there any further discussion among the board members? Seeing none. Yeah, thank you so much for ending this evening on such an upbeat note with our music and art programs. Truly appreciate the work that's being done. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on tonight's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. There being no further business before the committee, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion tonight and hanging in there. It was a long meeting, so go put your jammies on and have a great night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.